Good morning. My name is Adam Smith, and it's my very great pleasure to be your guide to today's events. Her Highness Sheikh Latifa bint Mohammed
هذا اليوم وأقدم لكم الشيخة لطيفة بنت محمد بن راشد المكتوم وأنا معكم في بداية هذا
Imagine a world where all learners
وأقدم الشيخة لطيفة سمو الشيخة لطيفة بنت محمد بن راشد المكتوم الرئيسة التنفيذية لهيئة دبي للثقافة والفنون لأن تأتي إلى المنصة لتلقي كلمتها الافتتاحية.
Open Educational Resources, OER. This can be a reality. OER permit no-cost access, reuse, repurpose, adaptation and redistribution of learning, teaching and research materials. OER also allows the sharing of openly licensed learning content at no cost and in line with the 2019 UNESCO recommendation on OER. Emerging technologies like AI provide opportunities to facilitate creation, distribution and utilization of OER, reaching everyone and ensuring no one is left behind. OER, creating and sharing open content for learning. Welcome to the 3rd UNESCO World OER Congress.
So I am now honored to ask Her Highness Sheikh Latifa bint Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Chairperson of the Dubai Culture and Arts Authority, to come to stage to give a welcome address. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with profound gratitude and immense pride that I welcome you to the 3rd UNESCO World Open Educational Resources Congress here in Dubai under the theme Digital Public Goods, Open Solutions in AI for Inclusive Access to Knowledge. This city, my home, has long been a beacon of possibility, where cultures converge, ideas ignite, and innovation takes flight. Dubai in the United Arab Emirates story is one of relentless ambition and boundless collaboration. And it is my heartfelt belief that gatherings like this Congress exemplify the spirit of what our city stands for, a shared commitment to building a future shaped by knowledge, creativity, and unity. Rooted in its heritage and propelled by its vision, Dubai has become a global crossroads where innovation flourishes and where boundaries dissolve, bringing people from all walks of life to inspire and envision a future defined by opportunity. Growing up in a city that thrives on such collaboration and innovation, I have witnessed this transformation firsthand into a home for the world and a hub for creativity, learning, and discovery. The 3rd UNESCO World Open Educational Resources Congress unites policymakers, educators, and innovators from around the world, creating a collaborative platform to address the evolving needs of our modern world and shape the future of inclusive and accessible education. Together, we are not just imagining a better tomorrow, we are building it, one idea, one conversation, and one partnership at a time. This Congress also embodies Dubai's commitment to shaping the future of knowledge, driven by transformative initiatives from the Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Knowledge Foundation with the support of its partners. Through programs like the Future Skills Academy, which empowers youth, and the Global Knowledge Index, developed in partnerships with the United Nations Development Programme to guide transformative decisions, we are redefining the boundaries of education. Such a commitment to advancing knowledge extends to embracing innovation and emerging technologies, which, when leveraged, bridges gaps and unlocks new opportunities to empower communities and drive meaningful change on a global scale. The United Arab Emirates' journey as a global leader in innovation is further consolidated by the appointment of a Minister of Artificial Intelligence, the launch of groundbreaking strategies like the Digital Economy Strategy, the establishing of the Digital Chamber of Commerce, and the spearheading of visionary initiatives through the Dubai Future Foundation. Yet with great potential comes great responsibility. We understand that the advancement of AI must be met with thoughtful consideration to its challenges: intellectual property rights, accessibility, authenticity, and language barriers. By addressing these complexities with purpose and collaboration, we are not only building systems of knowledge that are equitable and credible, but also creating a future where technology serves as a force for unity, empowerment, and shared progress. Honored delegates, guests, and attendees, today this Congress stands as an extraordinary occasion to explore how the vast possibilities of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies can be harnessed to implement this vital recommendation and inspire a future where knowledge becomes a universal bridge. Collectively, we are breaking barriers, fostering inclusion, and lighting the way to a more equitable and inspired world. This ambitious vision would not be possible without the commitment of those who believe in the transformative power of knowledge. It is through their dedication and leadership that we are able to convene to turn aspirations into tangible outcomes. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of the United Arab Emirates and ruler of Dubai, for his visionary leadership and ensuring Dubai and the UAE continue to shine as a global hub for intellectual exchange and innovation. The outcome of this Congress, the Dubai Declaration, will serve as a foundational reference for the UNESCO over the next 7 years. It will be a beacon for governments and institutions worldwide, offering actionable pathways to harness emerging technologies while addressing their challenges, all in the service of inclusive knowledge creation. To all the distinguished delegates, speakers, and experts who have traveled from across the globe, thank you for being here. Your expertise and the ideas you'll bring to this Congress will not only shape the outcomes of these discussions, but will leave a lasting impact on future generations. During moments like this, when brilliant minds come together to pursue a common goal, we create a legacy for a better, more inclusive, and brighter world. Let us work to make the most of this unique opportunity, establishing a blueprint for progress that empowers governments, institutions, and individuals to build a more inclusive, sustainable, and innovative future. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring Congress.
Your Highness, thank you very much indeed. And now it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Taufik Jalassi, Assistant Director General for Communication and Information at UNESCO, to come and speak about embracing open solutions for a knowledge-inclusive future. Please join me in welcoming him.
Your Highness, Sheikha Latifa bint Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Chairperson of the Dubai Culture and Arts Authority and member of the Dubai Council. Excellencies, honorable ministers, esteemed ambassadors and delegates, distinguished speakers and guests, dear participants and colleagues. Welcome to each one of you to the third UNESCO World Congress on Open Educational Resources. Whether you are here in this room in beautiful Dubai or connected online, it's so wonderful to see so many of you dedicated to this important topic that we shall discuss today and tomorrow. First of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President of the UAE, Prime Minister and ruler of Dubai, for his visionary leadership and his commitment to advance knowledge in the country, in the region, and beyond. I would like also to express our gratitude to Sheikha Latifa, who is gracing us this morning with her presence with us to inaugurate this important event. I would like also to express our thanks to the Mohammed bin Rashid Knowledge Foundation and its CEO, His Excellency Jamal bin Huwairab, for the generous support in co-organizing this World Congress. Our appreciation also extends to the UNESCO member states around the world whose dedication to advance open educational resources has brought us here. And special thanks to the Hewlett Foundation for its ongoing support to UNESCO initiatives on OER. Your contributions have been transformative in creating OER policies and building partnerships that help learners worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here at a truly exciting moment. As we know, technology is advancing at a lightning speed, and the impact of artificial intelligence is felt in every field of life, every sector, and of course in education as well. These changes are not just about sophisticated new digital tools. They are about expanding access to knowledge, making education more inclusive, and creating opportunities for people everywhere. It's a thrilling time to rethink education and the learning value that we offer to learners. In this fast evolving world, OER and AI can be powerful allies. They are poised to transform education, making it accessible, relevant, and adaptable to every learner worldwide. And today, I would like to share with you 3 ideas which frame our work ahead. First, let's talk about what is at the core of OER, making quality education truly accessible, giving everyone, regardless of background or location, the opportunity to learn from different perspectives. It's about breaking down barriers to knowledge and making learning available to all. That is the core of what we mean when we talk about democratizing education, making sure that no one is left behind. Second, the real impact happens when we combine OER with AI. Imagine offering adaptive and personalized learning experiences that cater to each student's unique needs. Artificial intelligence enables us to do that, creating learning pathways that meet learners' needs wherever they are and help them grow. It's about using technology to make education not only accessible, but also responsive to the changing world in which we live today. Third, this World Congress embodies the spirit of collaboration with which we need to drive OER forward. This is not a one-way conversation. It's an inclusive roadmap shaped by insights from regional consultations, UNESCO member states, civil society, educational institutions, the private sector, and international organizations. Together, we are crafting the Dubai Declaration on OER, which contains a shared vision for the future. Culminating in the Dubai Call for Action on OER, it integrates insights from 6 UNESCO regional consultations, enriched by contributions from over 125 countries, institutions, civil society, private sector, and international organizations. This major consultation process was followed by the open call for inputs to the outcome document for this event. And this call for inputs received over 3,000 contributions and 52 full responses from individuals and institutions. It's an inclusive process which allowed us to create a roadmap that truly reflects the diverse voices and needs of global stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, this Congress is also an opportunity to take a fresh look at the UNESCO 2019 recommendation on open educational resources and how we can strengthen global cooperation around this recommendation. With the UN Secretary General's roadmap for digital cooperation and the new Global Digital Compact, which was adopted last September in New York, we are setting the stage for a new era of digital inclusivity. As we conclude the first reporting cycle on the OER recommendation, we are opening new doors to expand and deepen our impact on the ground. Although these advances have been very exciting, we must also address the digital divide reality. Millions of children and youth remain out of school, and many lack basic access to digital devices and to the internet. In sub-Saharan Africa, only 11% of students have internet at home. Globally, 3.7 billion people are still today offline, limiting their ability to access knowledge and digital learning tools. It's a stark reminder of the work that lies ahead of us to ensure that AI and digital resources become accessible to all. While trying to address these major challenges, it's important to take stock of some progress made since 2019, when the UNESCO recommendation on OER was adopted. In 2020, we created the UNESCO OER Dynamic Coalition as part of the IGF, the Internet Governance Forum. It raised awareness and built capacity to advocate for OER at major events such as the Transforming Education Summit that took place at the UN. Also partnerships with the Hewlett Foundation, the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and with Creative Commons. These partnerships have been crucial, adding momentum to our global initiatives. Furthermore, we have developed guidelines and tools for UNESCO member states. We also published last year the results of a global survey on OER implementation, drawing inputs from over 80 countries worldwide. We shall continue creating resources and sharing knowledge to support equitable and quality education. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a moment to share with you examples of successful collaboration. The OER Foundation partners work with Botswana and Fiji to develop localized educational resources, while in South Africa, publicly funded material was made available as open educational resources, making them accessible to all. In Latin America, the Andres Bello Agreement facilitates regional sharing of educational resources among 11 countries. In Qatar, the Assistive Technology Center MEDA works with ISKMI OER Commons to create accessible OER for people with disabilities. The Distance Education Association of Southern Africa, DIASA, facilitates regional sharing of OER experiences among member states, enabling knowledge exchange. The Philippines utilizes OERcommons.org for educators to share materials, including the UNESCO ICT competency framework, thus promoting international collaboration. Moreover, the French Université Numérique Thématique features subject-level networks for OER, establishing collaborative mechanism among institutions. These are just a few success stories that I wanted to share with you, which show that collaboration can maximize the benefit of OER in education. These projects are not just examples, they are a living proof that OER can open doors and change lives. I encourage you all to explore the exhibition here at the Congress, where countries like Cuba, Madagascar, Malaysia, and Morocco are sharing their innovative approaches to advancing educational equity. These case studies remind us of the power of OER to enrich learning and to create opportunities for all. Let's also recognize the importance of gender equality in OER. Ensuring that resources are accessible and address the unique needs of women and girls is essential. Across the world, countries are leading initiatives to create gender-responsive OER that reflect the diverse experiences of all learners. In doing so, we are not just empowering women and girls, we are creating a more inclusive and enriched educational environment for all. The wise words of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum resonate deeply with our mission. He once said, quote, "Education is infinite and we learn new things every day. When a person claims to know everything, he stops progressing and falls behind." End of quote. This statement reflects the spirit of OER, which is a boundless resource, a continually growing library of shared knowledge. It reminds us that education must be open, adaptable, and responsive to everyone's needs. Collective action is the beating heart of OER. By combining the power of open educational resources and AI, we can create even more inclusive, accessible, and personalized learning experiences worldwide. This Congress is our opportunity to unite in this vision, to harness OER and AI to reimagine education and advance sustainable development goals and equitable education. To conclude, let's dream big. Let's work together to build a future where education is truly open to all, where technology serves humanity, and where every learner has the resources that he or she needs to thrive. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your passion and for the invaluable work you do. Together, let's make this Congress an important and successful milestone on the path to a bright future where education is open, inclusive, and truly inspiring.
Dr. Jelassi, thank you so much for that inspiring talk. And now, I'd like you all please to join me in thanking Her Highness Sheikh Latifa bint Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Chairperson of the Dubai Culture and Arts Authority, for her kind presence here today. Thank you very much indeed. So, we now, at the close of the opening ceremony, go to a coffee break, and that will last until 11:15. And my role today is not just to be your guide, but also to be your timekeeper. Wish me luck. So please, if you could all be back seated by 11:15, that would be very helpful, and enjoy coffee. Thank you. Is this? Hello, everybody. If you would like to take your seats, we'll get going again. Thank you very much. So, okay, let's begin.
Donc, commençons la deuxième session, s'il vous plaît. J'ai le plaisir de communiquer qu'on va commencer une session ouverte sur la question de comment mettre un tableau de ministériel pour façonner l'avenir des contenus sous licence de libre. De Ghana, on a son Excellence Dr Hussein, qui est le ministère de l'Éducation. Pour le Maldives, on a Dr Abdul Latif Mohammed, ministre de l'État pour l'Éducation. On a son Excellence Dr Dengara Soten, qui est le ministère de l'Éducation nationale, le ministère de l'Éducation nationale au Burkina Faso. Par vidéo, on va être rejoint par
Jinping, Minister of Education in China. And present with us today from Cambodia is Her Excellency Dr. Bo Chan Kulika, who is Under-Secretary of State in charge of policy and cross-sector coordination. The panel will be moderated by Louise Haxthausen, who is Director of the UNESCO office in Nairobi. And please join me in welcoming them all very warmly to the stage for this first opening panel. Please. So Louise, if you go here. Thank you. So if you take the first chair. Yes, please. If you would take the third chair, second chair. That's it? Perfect. Thank you.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me well. It is a pleasure and honor to be with you here today and to moderate this first session, which will set the stage for the discussions over the next 2 days. 5 years ago, UNESCO member states adopted its recommendation on open educational resources. And what the question we would like to answer with the panel this morning is, what has happened since? What has been achieved? What are the challenges? We all know that there have been a number of developments over the past 5 years that have deeply affected the education sector in general, and also the whole rollout of this agenda on open educational resources. And just to mention a few, of course, the COVID pandemic and its huge impact on the education sector. And then two very important global commitments made by all member states on digital and education, notably the Transforming Education Summit, and then the Global Digital Compact adopted a couple of months ago. And so our distinguished panelists this morning will give the perspective of what is happening in terms of implementation, what has been achieved, what are the challenges, what are the priorities in moving forward the agenda on open educational resources. And to start this discussion, I would like to invite the Minister for Education of Ghana, Dr. Adutun, to take the floor and present his perspective. Thank you very much, Minister. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator, and so great to see so many people here involved in the education space. I think within the context of Ghana, is the usual thing that we hear all the time when we travel around the world to conferences like this, when talk about the learning crisis in Africa, learning crisis in developing countries, and the challenges that we face. The World Bank talks about learning poverty, and even goes to the extent of saying that by age 10, in certain countries, 90% of the students cannot read for understanding. So in Ghana, we have looked at the EdTech as a solution. And that solution is, how do we leapfrog inequality? If I'm to borrow from the Brookings Institution, research on leapfrogging inequality. We believe that EdTech offers the best opportunity to leapfrog access, to leapfrog quality, and to leapfrog relevance. So if you look at all our EdTech initiatives, we are saying that we need EdTech, but we're also saying that we can pay for the subscription cost of some of the commercial education technology applications on the market. So the open education resource then becomes the panacea, then becomes the place that we turn to. So many things have happened, because we know that in order to get access to the content in remote locations, there are certain things that you have to do. So we started with many interventions, and now in our senior high schools, we have 1 tablet per student application rolled out. In order to make our education relevant, we have embarked on a major STEM education initiative. We've written all our textbooks at the high school level in e-format, which means that we need to have devices to deploy the e-textbooks, and it's happening. So in high schools, our students are using e-books, which is downloaded onto their tablets. As a nation, we also set up Ghana Knowledge and Skills Bank, funded by the World Bank, a repository of learning materials for students at all levels of the education system. But I'll tell you, I think the most critical thing for us as a nation was also the realization that we need to change the learning environment, that we cannot educate 21st century children in 19th century buildings and expect 21st century learning outcomes. So there has been a major infrastructure intervention that then makes it possible for you to use EdTech devices what is the use of EdTech devices when you are not educating children in buildings connected to the electricity. So we believe that that fundamental shift should happen, and it's happening across the country, creating the environment where EdTech application become a reality. But open education resource, obviously, is the solution, because we can pay for the commercial subscription fees associated with many of the EdTech applications that are on the market. We are looking at how do we use AI to improve our reading, to ensure that we are not confronting learning poverty the way other countries are confronting. So this morning I'm excited to be here. I know the moderator is looking at her clock, so probably my time is up. But I just want you to know that in Ghana, many, many initiatives are taking place, and we're embracing open education resource. We are working with Open University UK, for example, in developing virtual lab activities. What it means is that every school anywhere in the country can do science lab activities online, virtual labs. So where you can use a wet lab, open education resource offer you opportunity to leapfrog by using virtual labs. And it's very exciting to go to communities and see the children engage in science lab activities, even though they don't have a wet lab, as we call it. And scientific exploration is then taking place. So we believe that our STEM agenda as a nation will be seriously moved and really accelerated when we have access to open education resources, or when we are able to maximize EdTech application in teaching and learning across the country.
Thank you very much, Minister. Actually, your time is not up.
Oh,
so
I have so much to say, so if my time is, let me continue.
So maybe impressive to hear what is already happening in Ghana, how you are adapting the education system and really leapfrogging new technologies.
If my time is not, let me add a few minutes. I asked my tech person to just show a few things here. I don't know if it's working, but you're going to see that we are now doing courses like aviation and aerospace in the high school, doing biomedical sciences in our high schools, manufacturing, engineering in our high schools, engineering in our high schools. And these are practical processes that enable us to really teach this concept, either hands-on activities or through simulation. And EdTech resources are key towards this. We have young girls in the single-sex school, a girls' high school. They are developing and flying drones. They do the simulation first before the real drone is designed, deployed, and you see it flying. And it's so exciting to see them doing that. They do remote control boats and deploy it on the Atlantic Ocean. And they do the simulation first with open ed resources, and then they go and develop it and then have it moving on the ocean. So the manufacturing engineering, open education resources enable the students to do the simulation first, understand the concept better before they start doing it in real life. So I think that transition, that bridge, that enables our children to do something that we thought was not possible in Ghana. When the girls flew their first drone, the country was excited to see young ladies coming together, building a drone, flying it, getting it to fly around the country and then come back to land. At their high school now, we built a tarmac for them, probably the only high school with a tarmac for flying drones in the world. But it's exciting when you see children using open air resources and then make it in real at a certain point in time. So the STEM education really in Ghana is something that we're doing a good job at, and open education resource partnership with other universities and high schools across the country is giving us that rare opportunity where we're doing something that 5 years ago we thought was impossible. So, but the one tablet, one student, giving our students technological skills and at the same time enabling them to use the technology to create content themselves, and then using that content to then enhance teaching and learning. I think you create a cycle, and a cycle that says, I'll develop the content, I'll use that to enhance teaching and learning, I'll evaluate its effectiveness, and then I may redesign it again. So the deployment of technology is enabling us to develop the content that we need, to develop the devices that we need, to be able to use AI to develop apps that help students to read and improve reading proficiency among students. We want to stop this idea of learning poverty in Africa, because I walk into classroom. I taught in the US school system. I developed charter schools in LA. So I had over 25 years of experience in the US education system, urban education system. I walk into classrooms in Ghana. Our students are so good. You enter the classroom, they will stand up, you have to tell them to sit down, very different from the students I had to deal with when I was a teacher. If I can't get these children to become the best in the world, then there's something wrong with how I'm running the education system. So the challenge is not the children. The challenge is me as the minister. Challenge is the teachers and administrators. African children should be the best in education in the world. They shouldn't be at the bottom, as we're seeing now. So we are waking up to the reality that we can't do that injustice to the African child, so well behaved, so well mannered, and yet at the bottom of the education ladder in the world. It has to stop.
Thank you very much, Minister. In the opening, it was mentioned that, open educational resources is really a huge world of opportunity, and I think you have clearly shown that this is the case in Ghana. Also very interesting what you mentioned, putting students at the heart of the development as actors of the development of open educational resources. I would like now to give the floor to the Minister of Education, the Minister of State for Education of the Maldives, Dr. Abdulatif Mohammed. You have the floor.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and meeting you all. Like Maldives, as you all know, that Maldives is a very unique country, as like other countries. We have unique geography, 1,192 islands dispersed over Indian Oceans. And from those islands, we have 200 islands inhabited. So this geographical and demographic dispersion puts us into a serious challenge when it comes to distributing resources, including digital, the learning and teaching and learning materials. So that's where OER is important for us, to provide quality, inclusive, equitable learning resources is at the heart of improving the education for us. So after 2019 recommendations, UNESCO recommendation on OER, we were able to achieve some progress, but not a lot. Probably because then we faced the COVID pandemic, and then we have to shift our plans for an emergency response plan. So in terms of OER, we were able to create a mechanism to distribute resources to our schools, our teachers, and our students. But the problem with this mechanism or this digital platform is that it is very much centralized, and then a particular institute within the Ministry of Education is creating the resources and then providing those resources to schools, to teachers, and the students. So again, we are revising our plans. We have a master plan created with the help of UNESCO. That ICT master plan is called Educational ICT Master Plan, or ICT Master Plan for Education from 2021 to 2024. And now again, we are working very closely with the UNESCO to develop another master plan for the next 4 years. In this master plan, we will be considering the perspective of OER, taking into consideration the possibilities of generative AI, so that the teachers, the individual teachers, can create the quality resources, inclusive, equitable resources. Even the students can contribute. The larger educational community can create these resources, and it would be open for everyone who are interested to use those resources. So we will be taking these developments into considerations and what we have experienced so far, and then I think we would be able to achieve a lot within the next 4 years after we launch our next ICT master plan for education. And in terms of technological development, or more precisely, we called EdTech, as the minister just stated. We have launched several projects, several programs. Like in the past, we distributed just before the pandemic. That was in 2017 and 2018. Then the government had distributed tablet devices for each and every student and teachers in the sector. Then the pandemic came. So luckily, but it's not intentionally, we distributed those tablets by knowing that the pandemic will come. But we were very lucky. We were very lucky that we did that. Because of these devices, we were able to overcome so much those several challenges posed by the pandemic. So without discontinuing the education, we were able to continue the education in distant model. So that is a great achievement then, with the help of EdTech gadgets and EdTech resources. And in this year, again, we launched another project, a more broader project with our current administration. With the help of UNICEF and support from the Google, we were distributing Chromebooks for the students and teachers. This project is at the piloting stage still, but it is in this project scope to use AI to generate the content even, to digital resources, the quality resources. So under this project, we are training teachers and other educational professionals to create the resources, to create the lesson plans, to create the lesson contents, and then redistribute or searching for the content from elsewhere and repurpose and share these resources in different platforms. So there is another major contribution towards OER in our country. And then we have other projects like STEM. We are integrating STEM education in all the subjects that we teach. We are trying to progress in that aspect. And then again, we have another project. We launched another project called Cool School, which is basically one of the main component of the project is to install air conditioning systems and solar panels in each and every schools, which is not related directly to OER, but again, we have other goals of this project, like promoting green schools, like green concepts, green education. So again, through this sustainable model of education, like greenery projects within the school systems and creating awareness, we will be able to create a lot of contents, and possibly we can use open licensing for these resources, right? Still we have time?
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your vision and the progress of your ICT education national plan, and also for highlighting how now, as you're moving towards a new plan, you are integrating, taking advantage of AI and all what AI can provide in terms of unlocking new opportunities for learning and teaching. I think this is very relevant to the specific sessions that is dedicated to new technology and AI in particular in this Congress. Et maintenant, je vous propose de passer en français. Si vous avez besoin
en France, vous pouvez passer.
Utiliser les outils qui sont là pour vous aider à avoir une traduction. Et je voudrais donner la parole au ministre de l'Éducation du Burkina Faso pour nous parler de la situation dans son pays et de l'utilisation.
To talk about his situation in his country and to talk about the OER. Mr. Minister, Your Excellency, you have the floor. Mrs. Moderator, thank you for this. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure and the privilege to be able to participate in this third Congress for about the OER, to be part of this panel. I would like to take this opportunity to convey to you the thanking of the thinking of our sector, education sector, and the opportunity to convey the greetings of the people of Burkina Faso, whose education system has been severely tested by terrorist attacks, and as well. I would like to convey this opportunity to convey to you the greetings of Captain Ibrahim Traoré and the resilience of and I would like as well to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the effort of the Mohammed bin Rashid Knowledge Foundation for its remarkable investments, and the Dubai Congress as it's important, and Mohammed bin Rashid for its remarkable investment in digital education. The Dubai Congress is an important opportunity because open educational resources are levers for equitable across access to quality education. For this education, the Burkina Faso, as I said, it is for this reason that Burkina Faso has embarked on an educational transformation with the aim of meeting the challenges facing the education system, especially in the context of security and humanitarian crisis, unfavorable to development in general. Burkina Faso's efforts, in line with the dimensions of UNESCO 2019 recommendation on open educational resources, OER, are primarily aimed at promoting free access to educational content, enhancing the quality of learning, and supporting digital transformation. This is thus to give every Burkinabe child the chance to satisfy his or her right to of education in circumstances and anywhere. My department has been developing digital educational resources for learners and teachers at all levels. And the same, to give every Burkinabe child this chance to satisfy his or her right to education in any circumstance and anywhere. My department has been developing digital educational resources for learners and teachers at all levels of education, or circles of education since 2020. An education platform called FASO e-Education has been developed to share digital resources on the net. These resources are also distributed via intermediate technologies and that will allow the teachers and educators and students to benefit and to utilize and we have as well developed we have also distributed intermediate technologies such as USB keys and external disks in order to help them in this dynamic. We have produced scripted courses, scripted and scenarios, audio courses, video courses, and digital annals for preschool, primary, secondary, and high school. These courses cover general education. We have digital annals for preschool, primary, and high school. We are in course of to develop the technical side and the general assignment and the technical assignments as well. These courses has been a part of a continuous education and implemented. We have distributed more than 6,000 resources so by way of illustration, over 6,000 educational resources have been developed since 2019, including 3,000 scripted courses, 3,228 classroom preparation aids, 31 curricula, 63 audio courses, and 25 video courses have been integrated and incorporated on this education platform. I would like to say that the discovery of open educational resources produced to ensure educational continuity during COVID-19 and during the security crisis that the country is currently experiencing has been a educational contribution for both students and teachers. The quality of these resources, and this has motivated the government to focus more on technological and educational resources, and to be able to go through and advance into full digitalization of our educational system. We know that we face major challenge in terms of in Burkina Faso for our educational system, and the digital infrastructure is one of the challenges which are limited because we have like in rural areas poor access to electricity and the internet, and the need we need nowadays for sustainable funding pour pouvoir covering all the country with fiber optics. But we are determined together and collectively in order to reinforce the international cooperation pour pouvoir strengthening and to support open education resources initiative in developing countries, the mobilization of resources for the infrastructure and production of open educational resources, and finally engaging stakeholders such as teachers, local communities, and private players. This is important for all these resources to become tangible and real. I would like to conclude by reaffirming that the production and dissemination of open education resources remain a priority for Burkina Faso. We are convinced that this is one of the best ways of realizing the vision of a future where every child in Burkina Faso and pouvoir réaliser un avenir a future that is better and for every Burkina Faso child wherever he was or he went in the country, and for every child in Burkina Faso wherever their background, whatever, will have access to quality education thanks to OER. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you very much, in particular, for having highlighted these fundamental problems, the infrastructure problem, access to internet, access to power, and these are needs today. And I think that as well, the colleagues are present here and other partners are present with us as well, working on this topic, and you can exchange with them as well during this conference on this topic. Now we will shift to Asia with the intervention via video of His Excellency Dr. Huai Jinping, Minister of Education in China. Please, if we can have him ready.
下，尊敬的教科文组织传播与信息助理总干事聂拉西先生、女士们、先生们，大家好！非常高兴参加联合国教科文组织第3届世界开放教育资源大会，与各位同事探讨推进教育资源开放共享，共同打造面向未来的教育。今年9月。 联合国未来峰会通过的全球数字契约指出，数字技术正在急剧改变我们的世界，为加速实现可持续发展目标带来希望。我们共同认识到，利用数字技术推进教育资源开放共享，是确保公平包容的优质教育为全民共享的重要杠杆。教科文组织发布的 关于开放式教育资源的建议书，集中体现了各国对加快推进开放教育资源的广泛共识和共同承诺，为各国高水平教育资源开放提供了重要指南。中国国家主席习近平在不久前召开的全国教育大会上指出，深入实施国家教育数字化战略， 扩大优质教育资源受益面，提升终身学习公共服务水平。中国高度重视教育公平，积极践行关于开放式教育资源的建议书，以连接为先、内容为本、合作为要的3C 理念发展为集成化、智能化、国际化的3I 行动，成功建成覆盖各级 各类教育，有效支撑学生学习、教师教学、学校管理、教育研究和国际交流合作的国家智慧教育公共服务平台，面向所有师生和全社会公众开放，提供免费学习资源和平台，提供终身教育有效机制。目前，平台已服务了 49.8万所学校，辐射1892万名教师，覆盖2.91亿名在校生及广大社会学习者，访问量已超过500亿次。基于中国实践，我认为推动教育资源开放共享需要抓住4个关键：一是要坚持应用为王。 开放教育资源能够满足全民学习的需求，应用是第一推动力。我们鼓励学校将国家智慧教育平台资源和服务嵌入到教育教学之中，并利用开放教育资源丰富拓展学生的第2课堂，同时不断丰富终身学习资源，让平台成为 覆盖学习者一生的生活和学习支撑，更多学习者的使用，也为教育资源的再开发、平台服务的迭代升级和创新提供了有力反馈，支持了优质教育资源的汇聚、推送和管理水平不断提升。二是要坚持共建共享，共建共享 是开放式教育资源可持续的基础，让广大教师和利益相关方都积极参与到资源建设之中，并让所有人共享这些资源。 才能更好地使优质资源的蛋糕越做越大，造福更多人民。中国国家智慧教育平台秉持共建共享理念，构建了地方各级各类学校等多元参与建设的生态环境，推动线上优质资源持续开发、更新完善，使教育基础薄弱地区的师生也能够同样的使用最新优质教育资源，有效促进了教育公平包容。三是要加强系统集成，分散的资源会成为一个个数据孤岛，形成资源的极大分散与浪费。只有有效的系统集成和智能化集成，汇聚形成各种学习服务和通用系统，才能更好地发挥开放教育资源的最大效应。中国国家智慧教育平台打造了统一入口，汇聚了原本各地各校独自开发的离散在线教育资源，开发了学生学习、教师备课、学校管理等多项功能，让学习者根据个性化需求自主选择，更有力地支持了教育的发展。与此同时，我们还构建了面向学生和教师的公共服务平台，来为社会提供公共服务产品。四是要重视能力建设，师生数字素养是运用开放教育资源提升学习成效的关键，应着力提升师生理解和使用开放教育资源的能力。我们鼓励并出台了相应的政策，支持各地各校依托国家智慧教育平台，组织开展专门培训，实施跨地域、跨学校的在线教研，增强教师熟练运用在线教育资源开展教学能力，同时引导学校培养学生自主运用开放教育资源，提高自我学习能力，同时面向社会提供自我学习数字资源的能力，取得了良好成效。女士们、先生们，中国始终坚持教育高水平对外开放。今年年初，国家智慧教育平台国际版已正式上线，目前已有约780多门语言课程免费同各国学习者分享。中国愿意与教科文组织和各国携手同心，共同推动更大范围、更大规模的优质教育资源开放共享，共同营造开放、合作、信任的数字教育发展环境，为落实2030年可持续发展目标贡献力量。谢谢各位，欢迎大家使用国家智慧教育平台。
I would like just to highlight, I think this intervention was very powerful in terms of the need for international cooperation, which indeed will be also discussed here during the next 2 days. And then maybe as a transition to our next and final speaker, also highlight the emphasis put on lifelong learning, extracurricular activities, on digital literacy. The fact that when we talk of the potential of open educational resources is not only for the formal educational system as such, but more broadly for education, both formally and informally. And with this, I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, the Secretary of State in charge of policy and cross-sector coordination in Cambodia. So cross-sector coordination, you are working on education from that overall perspective, and very much looking forward to having your views on how open educational resources are coming into that context. Over to you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Good morning and a warm welcome to this ministerial panel on policy for openly licensed learning content. It is my privilege to be in this panel among the honorable minister, and because I has been just promoted as the Under Secretary of State 5 months ago, so it is my first ministerial panel discussion on this important topic. But I will try to bring some of the best practice from Cambodia. So in my discussion, I will spotlight on the Cambodian journey to OER, showing case on policy initiative and some program that underpin the integration of OER for the future of education. We have, in Cambodia, we have the education vision for the future. We would like to see our students to become independent learners, to become problem solver, innovator, creator, and global citizen, to have this kind of quality as a global citizenship. So, in order to achieve this, we need to transform our education system. Because in Cambodia so far, we still apply the traditional way of teaching, of learning. So we need to transform. And then how to transform? It's by technology, by digital technology, by digital solution. So in order to achieve this, we have developed and implement many policy framework. I will start with some of the national policy framework and then deep down to the school policy framework. So at the national level, we have our new pentagonal strategy, phase 1. So in this pentagonal strategy, our aspiration is to transform Cambodia to a high-income country by 2050 through digital transformation of all sectors like public service, economy, digital infrastructures, financial technology. You may say it is very ambitious vision because we would like to become the developed country or high-income country by 2025. So with this pentagonal strategy, we have a very comprehensive strategy and also program to support it. So following this implementation of this strategy, now in Cambodia we have witnessed how digital technology have transformed our daily lives. Today, cashless payment are common in Cambodia. Fewer people queue to withdraw cash from ATM. And now we can open the bank account online in just a minute. And you can also have all the banking service. Government service also now become much more convenient using ICT technology for this kind of government public service. And then we also have Cambodian digital economy and society framework that in order to achieve the pentagonal strategy. So we have a clear vision to build a dynamic digital economy and society by catalyzing digital adoption and transformation of all sectors in Cambodia. And then we have also digital skill roadmap, ethic roadmap, and then digital education strategy for school. So the way that we design our policy is very clear from the up level and to the school level. We believe that without very clear framework at the school level, with the too broad policy, the school are not be able to implement the broad policy framework. So in those policy, basically, our goal is to encompass developing an open educational resource platform. We expanded personalized learning opportunity, supporting internet access. We nurture innovation in an entrepreneurship skill, which is a holistic approach to driving education advancement. So we have several policy area. We start with energy development because we need energy, we need electricity. Without electricity, we cannot go to talk about digital. So we start with energy development. We invest in sustainable energy like solar power. We also start with computer technology. We try to build the capacity of our local people to produce the computer hardware. We don't want to rely on the import from other countries. We also build internet infrastructures. We focus on improving internet access, speed and stability. Actually, in Cambodia, 90% of our area are covered by the internet. So because we work with private sector, like the big telecom company, so we try to have the internet coverage around 95% throughout the country. We also focus on blockchain technology because we need to secure data and enabling effective digital learning platform. We also now work on cyber security. We develop the law on cybercrime and regulation in order to protect the data for our users. And we also now looking ahead, we are exploring AI, artificial intelligence, to enhance education. So we start with small scale. We are now piloting our AI framework in some school in Cambodia, and based on that best practice, we would like to scale up to other schools in the country. So this is some of the policy that we develop and start to implement it. So underscore, and based on that policy and underscore by the principle of OER, we introduce various digital learning platforms with support by UNESCO. For example, we introduce education equivalency program. It's called BIP. It's just for the out of school children that they cannot go to the school, so then they can study online, and then they can obtain the certificate equal to grade 9, and then this certificate can be for them to move to study at another level. We also develop capacity development platform. It's kind of platform for all teachers to learn from that platform, to also access to the CPD program from that platform. We also now introduce school tracking system. It also supported by UNESCO. School tracking system is a kind of the platform that allow us to see the trend of our student, maybe like they are risk at dropout. So and then based on that platform we know, and then we can have some prevention measure for the dropout. We also now we have also Sala Digital. Sala Digital actually is a OER.mygovernment.kh. Before we call OER platform, but then we would like to attract and to make the name more sexy and based on to Cambodia context, and then we use it like Sala Digital. So it's the same concept as OER. So we also now in terms for the school governance and policy implementation, we also start to develop open EMIS. And then open EMIS also another initiative that introduced by UNESCO. It's a kind of OER principle as well. So we have our strategy, and we start to implement some of the strategy with some development of some platform, but we also confront challenges, especially in terms of OER, because you know, in Cambodia, we need like financial sustainability. We need some, because usually when we talk about some of the setback of OER, it's about quality, of the platform. It's about sustainability. It's about digital device. So like in Cambodia, we need the company, we need the private sector that can help to build this. And they need money. They need to return investment. So usually they tend to introduce the licensed learning content or the licensed school management system. So, and then what should we do? Because financing is one of the biggest problem in Cambodia, and in order to implement EdTech initiative, we need a lot of resources. So and then we try to implement hybrid approach. So while some of the digital learning platform based on OER, but some learning platform also are kind of like license. We need a license from a private sector, especially for those platform that cover the deep like curriculum assessment. So we need some kind of license. So in order to compromise or to address the challenge, we adopt hybrid approach in Cambodia.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very
yes,
much,
yes.
Secretary of State. If I could ask you to wrap up just in... Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for highlighting and explaining to us the whole of government approach regarding digital transformation, including in the education in Cambodia, and also highlighting these challenges that you are facing. I would like to thank all of you for sharing with us your best practices, for sharing with us your lessons learned, and reflecting more generally on the future of education in a context of digital transformation. I believe we have still a little bit of time left, and what I would suggest, I see you have all taken many notes, but I would suggest that we open the discussion with our audience here. So if there are any questions, please raise your hand. Yes, I see a person over there. So if we can have a microphone. Yeah, there we go. It's coming.
Morning, everybody. It's really enhancing, educating. But one observation I would like to give feedback. How about risk-taking ability, creativity, teamwork? Why we are missing all these things? When I move on the road, everybody is on the tuck, 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 tuck. He's not watching the people. Creativity, risk-taking ability. Of course, some of the ministers have said like they are there to highlight as a teamwork. That's exactly I'm missing, because everything we are talking about me, me, me. Where's the we? From me to we, that's my feedback.
Thank you. Let's take a couple of other questions, and then I will give the floor back to the panelists. Any other questions? Yes, I see a question here. We can't hear you.
Thank you all very much, and also for taking questions. We learned during the pandemic that bandwidth was a real problem in so many countries, including my own, the United States. Is there a provision in what you're thinking about to increase bandwidth in your societies to use the digital resources?
Thank you. Here we have a third question.
Those are all great insights. Thank you so much for sharing that. My question's largely around, like everybody spoke about open education in general. I would love to understand how each of your countries is approaching the quality of open education as well, in terms of like what the impact on learning is and what it means for learners. Curious to know a little bit around that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor back to our panelists, and I would ask you to kindly stick to 1 minute, more or less. So who would like to go first? Minister?
Yeah, thank you so much. In Ghana, we have an agency at the Ministry of Education called the Center for Distance Learning and Open Schooling. They are a fully dedicated agency in charge of anything digital. And therefore, they are the ones that evaluate new technologies to make sure they are relevant to the needs of the country. I think there was something about how do you provide quality. So the team of experts at Sendelos are at the forefront of digital transformation and also vetting devices to make sure they are relevant to our needs. But in terms of, we know this era, education, you really have to emphasize the 4 C's of collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, communication. So in terms of collaboration, devices that are available should lend themselves to collaboration between teachers and also among students. In Ghana, we have teachers selected in various high schools with the requisite skills, and we have schools that can log into the classroom to see how the teacher is teaching. We also did an iBox where we loaded the content from classrooms where we have excellent teachers. And once you put it on that iBox, these are local resource-based devices that enabled entire community of about 1 square mile to get access to the content that you have loaded onto the server. So there are many areas of collaboration which we use technology to facilitate.
Thank you. Minister, would you like also to respond?
Thank you. Regarding the bandwidth, it seems that it's a global issue. In Maldives, we tend to provide dedicated bandwidth for the teachers when they are in the school compound. So somehow we were able to solve that problem during the official hours when when the teachers are working in schools, in school compound. But still we have this issue when students and teachers goes back to their home and then try to access the internet to access the teaching and learning materials. We usually get this complaint, right, regarding the bandwidth, regarding the internet speed and all these things. And then we are in frequently we are in discussion with the internet service providers to help us with this issue, and they are trying their best even. And also from the ministry side, we are planning to give more access and more bandwidth with more speed for the teachers and students within their, in classrooms, while they are in schools, so that they will be able to access these resources easily, right? So that issue is there, and we are trying our best to solve that issue. And regarding the quality of open educational materials, that's an issue, yeah. When we are talking about OER, always that question will come. What will be the quality of these things? I think there are a lot of frameworks developed to check the quality, to ensure the quality. And then I think, and even within this Congress, there will be so much many recommendations that will come to ensure the quality of these resources, OER resources. So in the context of Maldives, we are doing we have a very limited approach, like our teachers will check it, our educational specialists will check it and then upload it. But when we leave it to students and when we are going for more decentralized model, we have to plan for other approaches to ensure these mechanisms to check for the quality? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Monsieur le Ministre, une minute.
Mr. Minister, you have 1 minute to reply to these answers, to these questions that were posed. I think, yes, that this is the same logical flow. So, of course, first of all, the coverage with internet and bandwidth with all the territory. This is a challenge. And we tried as well to get over this challenge in order to have more resources available online through the tablets, for example, USBs, in order to bypass, let's say, this problem of bandwidth and the coverage of internet. So this is my brief answer, and thank you very much.
Word to you, Secretary of State, in response to the questions.
Yes, so we have the Ministry of Post and Telecommunication who work with a private company like telecom company to address this issue. And also at the school level, we provide, the telecom company, they provide SIM card, a SIM card to teachers. So when the teachers, they use any platform like school management information platform or digital learning platform, and then this is free of charge. So this is what we are doing in Cambodia. In terms of the quality, actually, as the minister from Maldives said, we usually have the ethic framework to check the quality. And in Cambodia now, we are working to develop the ethic framework with the think tank in Cambodia. So, so based on that, we will start to regulate all the platform. But currently, we don't have. And also because as a development stage, we cannot have too strong regulation. Otherwise, we cannot innovate anything. So it is what we are doing right now in Cambodia. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of you. I would suggest a round of applause again. It has truly been a pleasure to moderate this panel. I have the feeling that it's only the beginning of a discussion. And I hope that this will continue today and tomorrow as we move forward with this Congress. And for now, I will give back the floor to our overall Master of Ceremony and apologize for the slight delay.
Not at all, Louise. You kept beautifully to time. Thank you so very much indeed. And I can hardly speak because at the beginning of the conference I said...
Donc j'ai... S'il vous plaît, on va prendre une photo ensemble.
Great. Okay, thank you very much indeed. We have one more session before lunch, and this one will consider how OER and generative AI can work together for digital inclusion. It'll be moderated by Colin de la Higuera, who is from the University of Nantes and is the UNESCO chair in OER. And it will feature 3 speakers. Dr. Phumzile Mlambo Unkuka, who is former UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Director for Women, and also the founder of the Mlambo Foundation in South Africa. Sezo Onoe, who is Director of the Telecommunications Standardization Bureau at ITU, and Kevin Chang from Metasystems in Canada, who is the Director for Global Policy Campaign Strategies. So before lunch, we will hear from all of them. Please welcome them to stage. And you sit in the order of the photographs.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the session, which is trying to elaborate on the connections between AI and OER, but taking it from also the point of view of inclusion. There's a number of ways to define inclusion, and the connection between the two, which is not that natural. I mean, even if Dr. Gelassi earlier on introduced both topics, the one of open education or open educational resources on one hand, and the one of AI on the other hand, as going together, we could say that one of them is an invited guest to education for some time, and the other one has somehow arrived recently. So how can we get them to work together? So we've got three eminent specialists today to talk about this from three very different angles. One of the angle is the angle of gender. The second one is the angle of standardization, and probably related to the last discussion we had a minute ago about, how do we make sure we do have the software, the connectivity to be able to run the agenda we want to run in education. And the third one is all about languages and multilingualism. So to start with, I will hand over to Dr. Phumzile Mlambo Nkuka, who is going to talk about the angle about gender issues, AI and generative AI and open education.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody who's here. Thank you for the invitation and opportunity to meet these many very interesting people. I work with a foundation that does teacher training in rural and isolated areas in South Africa. The typical way in which teachers are trained does not include gender sensitization. And I'm also a fellow in the Global Digital Education, where we try and address the issue of gender digital divide. So I do interact a lot with the problems we will be talking about today. Clearly, meaningful connectivity is an evolving concept, and it is crucial for the advancement of inclusive and equitable AI and open access to knowledge. But it also needs to make sure that we reach as many people in the world as possible. And as the situation stands now, we are struggling to reach women in different parts of the world, as well as generally communities that still live in the edges of society. If I look at the overlap between AI and OER, there's definitely an advantage there, something we can use to address this gap. I sometimes feel that even though at this point we have enough technology and knowledge to make everyone who needs to learn and wants to learn to have access to the materials that are affordable, but somehow there's a disconnect. We are not as intentional as we need to be. But these particular two notions of OER and AI definitely give us an edge. as far as accessibility and affordability is concerned, the fact that we can reduce financial barriers to education, we can produce materials that are more affordable and more adaptable, we can upskill people at work and help them to further pursue new careers and entrepreneurial ventures. Generative AI can curate personalized learning experiences and adapt OER to meet individual learners' needs. Also, the issue of flexible learning anytime and anywhere. For women, that is quite crucial because they can then deal with the many contradicting roles that they have. Whereas generative AI can generate exercises and supplementary resources that are tailored to specific learning objectives, enabling dynamic courses and content to be accessed. And again, that could be done at very affordably. Generative AI can also assist with rapid update and keeping educational content current by quickly adapting text to reflect the latest research or developments, something that many people in isolated areas would otherwise take a long time to receive. And women are often in that situation where they are the last ones to know the important and valuable information. There's also the issue of raising awareness. OER as well as generative AI can assist us to adapt material that is offered to anybody. If I just think of the way lawyers are trained, I have met lawyers who go to practice, and this is as recent as 2 years ago, and they say, when I was in training, no one ever told me that gender-based violence was a thing. I start working and I see so many cases of people who are coming because this is what they're experiencing. We can train people who are becoming lawyers, whether they are men or women, and across the board, by making sure that we introduce these notions in the way we train. If you think about students who study finance or MBA, who actually go out and work without even thinking that there is men and women in the societies they are going to serve. The fact that the textbooks they use do not have that. With OER now, we can actually transform those textbooks so that we are training people who will handle our financial lives, who are aware that women exist actually in the world. So these are just some of the examples I'd like to put across that show that there is a unique opportunity that we have. And of course, there is policies that we may have to adapt in order for us to make sure that there's the agency that we need. But in the interest of time, maybe I can come back to it if there's an opportunity to answer questions.
Yes, I'm sure there will be an opportunity. Thank you very much. So perhaps we can go to the second speaker. Second speaker is Mr. Seizo Onoe from the ITU. And your, I think, talk or your intervention is going to be about AI for good and standardization for digital inclusion.
Yeah, thank you for today's opportunity to talk about. Then I have a slide. Could you show me the slide? Okay. Yes, I understand this session's focus on the OER, AI, and inclusion. So I will try to address those issues from the perspective of the standardization, because I'm a director of the standardization at ITU. So, but before that, probably you may know, we may be familiar with the ITU, but I'd like to start with a brief introduction to the ITU. ITU is a special United Nations specialized agency for ICTs. It's the oldest agency. Actually, next year we will celebrate 160 anniversary. Yeah, that's ITU. So we have 3 sectors: radio communications, telecommunication standardization, and development. We have 2 strategic goals. One is the universal connectivity, and also the sustainable digital transformation. Then I'm working for the standardization. That's my role. So then what do we do for the standardization? Standardization itself, of course, the core mission is to develop the standard, technical standards. But also, it's a very important thing is that to address the bridging the gap for the standards is also very important, because I strongly believe that the standardization value becomes meaningful, truly valuable, only when it's adopted widely. A wide adoption of the technology standards will create a new effect for the cost reduction. So it further enhance a wider adoption. So as such, this positive cycle finally reaches in the universal affordable services. That's value of the standards. So we need the standard for do everything. So then shifting to the AI. Regarding AI, today AI adopted for every aspect, every field. So actually we have already over 100 AI standards in ITU issued, and also 120 new working ongoing. So as such, AI has already implemented into standards naturally. That happens today. And also, we have AI-related focus groups and initiatives. One just example is, for example, AI for Health. We have a collaboration with WHO to create new areas for the with the combination of the different expertise. Then I like to talk about the AI for Good. AI for Good is all year round event initiative. Originally, it's aimed to accelerate the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Then now it's evolved to the, originally that was the ITU activities, but now it became kind of the UN platform involving the 47 UN organizations. This is, then we have AI for Global Summit annually. This year, we held that in May. We have over 1,000 attendees, very successful. I can show you some short video. Oh, no audio.
Harness AI to
Okay.
further the UN's development goals in areas like health, climate, and sustainability.
How do we govern technologies if we don't yet know their full potential?
The main purpose of this summit is to explore how the AI solutions can help sustainable development.
AI will come to influence almost every aspect of our societies and economies.
AI 这里框架 AI for good.
I would say the most pressing topic at the summit is going to be how do you handle deepfakes, misinformation.
成为 AI for good.
Cumbre Mundial All for Good.
The good news is that the future of undetectable deepfakes can be avoided through the development and implementation of robust detection technologies and international standards.
Is the fact that we can really affect amazing change, but we have to do this together, and we have to do it in collaboration with partners, with organizations, with institutions, and that's what's making me so excited about what AI for Good is all about.
One third of humanity remains remains completely offline, excluded from the AI revolution.
Artificial intelligence is changing our world and our lives, and it can turbocharge sustainable development.
So we are the AI generation, and this is our moment, and it's our responsibility to write the next chapter in the great story of humanity and technology.
Okay, as such, AI is a promising technology to accelerate sustainable development goals. But on the other hand, recent years, some concerns raised from the emergence of the new technology or generative AI or frontier AIs, like deepfakes, misinformation, and biases. So now AI governance discussion is very important. We have an AI governance day to discuss such issues. So on the day, many ministers, ambassadors participate in the discussions. One of the key message from that discussion is capacity development, very important for the inclusive penetration of the adaptation of the AI technologies. Also, it was pointed out that standardization is also the key role to implement AI governance. That pointed out through the discussion of this event. Then we have many outcomes, deliverables. Please check. Please use of these materials from this QR code. Okay, then next year, 2025, we have set a date already in July next year in Geneva. Please save the date for next year. Then that's AI for Good Global Summit. But here I like to talk about the United Nations, some recent update. In September, big things happened. Pact of the Future, that includes the Global Digital Compact, was adopted. And also we have United Nations Secretary General's high-level advisory body on AI that published issued a final report. We have those two. Then this is a summary of the Global Digital Compact output and HLab AI recommendations and some relevant existing mechanisms or frameworks we are now today. Then also, both reports describe some importance of the standardization and capacity development as well. For the capacity development, we now have an AI Skills Coalition. We launched its launch for following the Global Digital Compact. This platform provides AI skills and knowledge based on the building on our AI for Good initiatives to ensure AI benefits everyone. Main focus for the developing countries and the least developed countries, especially for the women and girls and youth. That's an AI Skills Coalition. We are now finding the partners to work together. And this is the final slide. So in conclusion, I wanted to emphasize the importance of the standards and capacity development. We are promoting that. We at ITU remain committed to great effort to do this. we need a collaboration. Let's work together. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you for so many different and varied projects. I'll hand over to Kevin Chan. And Kevin Chan is going to address one of my favorite topics, which is the one of multilingualism.
Thank you very much. Merci.
Thank you. My name is Kevin Cheng. I'm the director of politics in Meta, and co-director at Meta Platform. I will.
By way of sort of our approach on open source AI. And I'll just start by saying, unlike many other AI model builders that you may have heard about, Meta is pursuing an open source approach. What does open source mean in this context? So we're effectively giving away the models that we're building, or at least the model weights. We do this because we believe there is value in democratizing this technology to more people so that they can innovate on their own terms. They can derive the benefits for themselves, and they can grow their businesses and grow their economies. Our family of open source large language models is called Llama. It stands for Large Language Model Meta AI. And anyone can download the model weights and build on Llama. And so some examples I can share, which are kind of interesting as I've kind of spent time building communities on open source. We've met data scientists at a hospital in Texas that's taken Llama and basically created a system to double check the scans from radiologists to make sure that they are actually confirming some of the findings based on these tests. There's also an open source model called Metatron that's also based on Llama, where hospitals in sub-Saharan Africa are using Metatron to help with triaging of patients when they come to hospitals. And so those are just some of the examples where folks have sort of taken the model and adapted it for themselves. You may be wondering, why is Meta doing this? Well, we make money obviously on digital ads, so we don't need to sell access to LLMs. But we also believe that there is value in being an open source standard, much like previous open source standards have been good for technological ecosystems in the past. And we think that in turn that there's benefit in receiving quick and direct feedback about the standards that we're building. But really there's another very important reason why we open source, and that is because the approach really does date back to over a decade ago when we first started a fundamental AI research lab under Yann LeCun at Facebook. Researchers obviously who are working with Yann, they're from the academic community. They have a long-standing tradition of open sourcing and making sure that the research that they're producing is peer-reviewed and open for inspection. And I have this fly that's flying around me here. But that tradition continues today, which brings me to one of the open source models that, in fact, Yann's lab actually produced. And it's the basis of some work we did with UNESCO and Hugging Face this past year as part of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. The model in question is called No Language Left Behind, or NLLB. It is a breakthrough model capable of translating text across 200 languages, including many low-resource languages. It was trained on open data sets in the research community, widely available. And last November, I had a chance to brainstorm with staff from the UNESCO Secretariat about how to support digital empowerment during the International Decade. And out of that brainstorming, we ultimately decided to work with a few other organizations to build an application on top of NLLB. It is, as I said, open source. It's therefore doesn't cost anything to build on top of it. And I'm really pleased and proud that we were able to build this kind of application. So we launched this in September during UNGA Week in New York with Assistant Director General Jalasi. And I would like to personally thank him and his team for their support and their encouragement. I would urge everybody here to come and take a look at the translator. You can access it at the following URL, huggingface.co/spaces/UNESCO/NLLB. Again, we're really, really pleased and proud to be able to support the International Decade in this way, using an open source language. An open source AI model. We really do hope that it will advance the objectives of open educational resources, and very much looking forward to the discussion today. So thank you.
So thank you. I'm going to hand over to the floor. So if people have got questions, you can raise your hand. Yes, we've already got one question here. And we can.
Thank you. I think the panel talked a lot about the opportunities offered by AI for the open education resources for promoting gender inclusion. My question is about like the AI itself. We need to recognize the nature, it's a double-edged nature, that it might have reinforced the existing biases of the gender biases. I'm not sure how do we plan to address such issue. I understand that the panel also talked about the AI governance. But like currently the governance is under the soft law model, means that it's lack of enforceability. So how do we make sure the government can be be effective? And lastly, like the panel talked about the language diversity, multilingualism. Like currently, like the AI, a lot of the resources are based on the global north English dominated language resources. So would the introduction of AI actually widen the gap between the indigenous language or minority language content comparing to the dominant language content? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think with that we've got questions for everybody. Will you start?
Yeah, no, I agree with the speaker that it is double-edged. This is not a perfect technology. In the case of gender, the fact that we have got so few women who write algorithms, who are in software development, who are in programming, that is already a problem. That is why it is so important for us to encourage and to push girls to take STEM subjects so that we have a pipeline of girls that can come into this industry. And also, if you look at OER, the material that is available is very much global north oriented, global north culturally oriented. It doesn't fully understand the racial dynamics of the different races, let alone gender. So we do need more women to actually participate so that they can correct that. We need more people from the global south to participate and to make sure that their voices are being heard, because we are actually providing material that is not as relevant as it can be from the people who are in the global south. So there's definitely a wake-up call that is a message that tells women, people from the global south, that this is their time and they've got to take responsibility.
Yes, regarding bias, for result of the AI outcomes bias, that may have a bias, data risks. So as you said, actually to address that, training data is very important. We need a wide range of training data to use our regarding gender balance. And also the one point I just imagine, AI can be used for the check of the training data. When I asked this question to the big company, tech company, that his answer was no. We need a lot of resources to check the human resources to check the bias for the data. So, but for another case, for deepfakes detection, we can use AI. So AI used to some portion for the AI, but final check, the human resource check is needed. Deepfakes case is very interesting. AI versus AI, they fight each other. How to create a fake data and how to detect the fake. So that's finally that enhances some result of our healthy training data and neutral data. And you talked about the governance as well. So governance, yes, as I talked in my talk, governance is a very important topic now. We are providing some concrete discussion platform. That's important. So even today, there are only a few percent of the countries have their own national governance policy. So we should accelerate, promote such activities for each countries. So we need to we need a platform for the discussion. That's the case. Then we are now providing a discussion platform in the AI for Good Global Summit.
Thank you. Did you want to answer about the minority languages?
Yeah, I can talk about the language part a bit. I mean, I actually very much agree with much of what was just shared. But I do think we should be thinking deeply about this question of AI models, large language models, potentially being very dominated by the English language. Most of the big models out there right now, I think, are very much trained initially in English. So I do think that it is important for us to think about ways to increase diversity of these models. And so I think open source is obviously one path to that. You can take, I was actually, again, I think at UNESCO's invitation, I was out in Norway with the Sami people, and they actually were talking about how do we get a Sami language LLM? How can we do this? And one way is you train the data, you train the model with indigenous language data. But there you run into a bit of a challenge because sometimes you actually have to ingest a lot of data, and that might not be possible with all languages. And so another way you could do it is to take a open sourced model and then fine tune it in a specific language to try to make it much more indigenous or much more localized for the community that you're trying to serve. And so that's something that I think is actually very important. We need expertise to help with that. We need infrastructure and compute to do that. But most importantly, we do need open source models that local communities can take and help to try to refine and fine tune to get a more diverse ecosystem of models. I would just say one other thing, if I may, just about strong leadership, strong women leadership. I actually have been very fortunate to be able to work with an AI research team at Meta that is led by a woman, and it has a very strong bench of women research leaders. And so that's actually been something that I'm very appreciative of, and I see every day. And so quite proud to have that leadership team at Meta.
Thank you. I think there was one question here. Yeah. First here on the third row. Microphone. Who's got the microphone? So just here. And then there's some questions behind.
It's okay. Yes, hello. Thank you so much for the panel discussion. It's very insightful indeed. I'd like actually to shed light on one aspect that is generally neglected in our discussion. It is dealing about ethics and challenges in using generative AI, especially in producing digital educational content and more specifically open educational resources. So how to make sure that open educational resources that are produced using AI are free of biases, are digitally accessible and cater to all learners with different abilities. So within the lens of standardizations or maybe policies, I'd like to hear from the speakers their ongoing projects in this area. And one more question for Meta. It's great to hear about the initiative dealing with NLRB, I think. No one left behind, in terms of actually multilingualism. But also no one should be left behind also in terms of person with disabilities. And I'd like to know if there is any maybe upcoming initiative in terms of large language models that can be used for learners of different abilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to answer? Would you?
I can go first on the last question, if that's helpful. So that's a very good question. I mean, we do try to find different ways of tackling these questions about access. We have done some preliminary work, although I think it's too early to know for sure how it's going to evolve, where we're actually putting AI models, so the LLMs, into different form factors, like smart glasses, for example. So I don't have mine here. I left them in Canada, but the smart glasses actually allows you, because it's a multimodal AI model, you're able to talk to it, and it's able to actually come back to you with answers. Because the smart glasses actually are equipped with, our Ray-Ban Meta smart glasses are equipped with 2 cameras, they can actually help see things. So if you are sort of visually impaired, the glasses are able to actually understand the environment you're in, the physical environment you're in, give you direction on how to navigate the space you're in, but also be able to read back to you or say back to you things that is actually seeing on signs, and also landscape. And so that's an interesting development where you're kind of taking a large language model, making it multimodal, and then implanting it in a piece of hardware that may actually allow people to extend their senses and see things, and then translate them back to the individual in a way that just wasn't very easy to do before. Again, these are sort of early days, but those are some of the ways in which we're thinking about making these technologies accessible to a broader group of people.
Thank you. Perhaps about the ethical question, the ethical part?
Well, okay, but I may have not get the point, but if I introduce some ongoing activity on standards, yes, AI standards already many different places implemented in the, for example, the network management, multimedia coding, and also the maximize the efficiency of the energy efficiency. So as such, our standards are using the AI for the better standards. That's one point we are now doing. And also regarding the different aspects of negative impact, to how to cope with the negative impact by a standard. That's the point for today's session. Just I showed just the picture, but that shows today negative impact is of deep fakes and misinformation. We are now very serious problem. So then there are some activities already. Actually, probably we have study groups, 16 now, it's 21, multimedia, that created a new work item on the authenticity and provenance of multimedia contents. That's the new work item. We are now working on that. But there are several activities, different activities in the world. Actually, the industry players also doing that, but we need a collaboration. We need interoperability among them. So, but very good thing in the outcomes from the global summit, AI for the Global Summit. This year, we had a workshop on the AI watermarking during the Global Summit. So many, not only ITU, we have a close collaboration with the ISO, and also at that time I invited some others, IETF, and also industry activities, like C2PA. But probably Meta is one of the members, the steering member. That such activities for the AI watermarking for provenance and authenticity. So that thing, a good thing was such standard bodies agreed on collaboration. That's the point. We need a collaboration to ensure the interoperability, different schemes. So we are now ongoing work. We have collaboration. Such activities now we are trying to do that.
Okay, thank you. Do you want an answer on this one or no, not? Okay, I think it is an important problem. We'll have to get back to it. I mean, I just want to raise the real concern that yes, if we are using AI to build OER, we are going to have a responsibility in making sure that there is truth, that there's authenticity in what we're saying. So I think that the question is very valid. I think there's a question down the back, at least one. I know, I can see one. I don't know where the microphone is. You've got the microphone, so go on.
Yes, and it's working. Hi. It's Jöran. Thank you for your insights. I have a question on the digital inclusion. Whenever we are talking about digital inclusion and lowering barriers, we saw that people benefit from it, but it's not always the least privileged people that benefit from it, but oftentimes I have the notion that people who are already benefiting from digital technology are benefiting from lowering the barriers. So we've seen this, for example, in the MOOCs discussion, like, I don't know, 13 years ago, we were thinking that everyone now can have online courses from anywhere in the world, but the ones that were really benefiting from it were the ones who were already privileged. Do you see this happening again with OER and AI? And if yes, what can we do?
Also, one more question. Coming from the small island developing states, how do you see traditionalists being encouraged to incorporate AI in what they do? Because in the islands, what we have is many of our legislators and even persons in the workforce that find AI to be a threat to what they're doing. And especially when it comes to gender, many are traditionalists and think that women shouldn't be doing these things. So how do you encourage persons to do and incorporate AI in that, especially in the global majority, which is also known as a global south? Thank you.
I mean, no, I agree that sometimes maybe not the wrong people benefit, but the same people benefit. And that is why I was emphasizing the importance of being intentional, because sometimes you provide these changes without focusing on who you intend to serve. I think that government really have to be very careful about making policies without a strategy to follow through, so as to make sure that the policy has the intended impact. Usually the story is cut in the middle, because after pronouncing a policy, you don't have the steps to take it to the place where it is supposed to reach. There's also a need to involve people at local and grassroots level when you regulate and you provide policies. I've seen in South Africa the difference between the legislation that are just made in Cape Town, in Parliament, versus those that are made in local government, in provincial government, and then together you have this dynamism of different parts of the country adopting, embracing the legislation and taking it forward. So it makes it much harder, but it's much more effective in the long run. And it's almost the same answer to your question, that to the extent that there will be traditionalists who may refuse and be threatened by these new technologies, you actually need different members of society to be the ones that take the message to those people. You need your, I don't know, your churches, your different communities, because they're also not all the same. There may be pockets of people who are progressive, who see the point. So isolate those people and engage with them so that they become those who deliver this information and who engage. So there's no one way to skin the cat. There's obviously different ways.
Okay, time for one more question there.
All right. Thank you very much. So I have 2 points. The first one is from my fellow Canadian about the large language models, and the second one is for our panelists from South Africa. So concerning the language large models, you mentioned your application, great example model that's been adopted in South Africa, the healthcare system example that you gave, and translated to over 200 languages. My question is related to the consideration of rhetoric, socio-linguistics aspects of use of languages. For instance, in the Arab world, we have over 22 dialects, and there's complexity when it comes to cultural considerations, discourse, language in use, and so on and so forth. Translation with AI, and what are your considerations when you did that model? That's number one. Number two, related to our panelist from South Africa, she mentioned the need to include women in STEM. And you mentioned that the adaptation of one large language model, for instance, is useful because it's open. I'd like to relate the two in terms of the encouragement of starting from the scratch instead of having one model created in Canada, for instance, and adopted in South Africa. It's basically building capacity and collaboration, as this, today and tomorrow's, a lot of brains in here, to train and have knowledge creation from those local communities to basically build their own model from scratch. Thank you.
So I think first we take.
I'm happy to take that. I mean, those are all very good points, and I mean, it's worth thinking about how to do that. I mean, I think, and just to relate it back to the previous maybe question that we had earlier about just how do you maximize the benefit to everybody as well. I think it does come down to open source. I think the reality is, I mean, you can certainly try to build one from scratch, and I think there are many companies in many different countries that are trying to do that. I think if you want to build sort of these kind of frontier models, it looks like if you kind of just look at the recent history of the last few years, it looks like these things are going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars in the next little while to build the next sort of cutting edge model. And so I think the challenge here is, if you keep these things kind of proprietary, then I think you definitely are on the path of making sure that only a few companies, largely American companies in Silicon Valley, are going to be able to sort of, create these things and kind of control the access to them. I think if you kind of look at an alternate path where you're kind of accepting closed models as well as open ones, then you do have a better chance of being able to democratize these technologies for the benefit of as many communities as possible. I think that's obviously not as great an answer as trying to build a model from the ground up in a given community, and I very much agree with that sentiment. But my understanding is that just in terms of the level of compute and the amount of data and infrastructure that we require to build these models, it'd be a very challenging thing to do with limited resources. I would say one last thing though, as a Canadian, I'd be very interested in seeing, and I was trying to get the team locally to kind of think about this, but to take an open source model and train it to have like a Quebecois model, so it's like a French-speaking model, but that's very conversant in the localized culture and slang of the province of Quebec. I think that'd be really cool. I'm not sure how that's going to work out or if it can, but those are the types of things that I think would be very interesting to see what local communities can do.
Thank you. And for the second question?
Well, I think there's a definite need to make sure that sources of knowledge are varied, that we are not just always taking knowledge from one place and it's good for all of us. We have to be generators of the knowledge that is appropriate for our context. But I also know that it's easier said than done, but it's something that we have to constantly try and achieve, try and do. And again, I would say policies are important to encourage an ecosystem where people see themselves as creators of knowledge and to use whatever possibilities they have to begin that journey. They will not get everything right at the same time, but it has to start somewhere, and there's a need to persist in order for us to really get the critical mass that is needed.
Thank you. So perhaps at this point of the discussion, I want to introduce the fact that UNESCO does have instruments that can be activated to somehow answer many of the questions that are here. These are the UNESCO chairs and the UNITWIN networks. They've been existing for a long time. We've got a number of them in the room in this moment, and they represent a globality. There's people from the global south, there's people from all the different countries. So my question, and this could be sort of a way for you to formulate your final remarks, right? For people like that who are in this moment trying to activate a sort of a very global network of thinking and doing things, both on the themes of open educational resources and on the themes of AI, what would your recommendations be? What would you ask people to actually be doing now, following what you had been presenting before? So perhaps, just sum up your ideas through this question. What do you recommend people on the ground to do?
I actually think that there is a real need for what I would just loosely call people-to-people solidarity, where ordinary people get inspired and share whatever needs to be shared with other people in other parts of the country with limited involvement of the bureaucracies that tend to help us, but sometimes in an unhelpful way. Because it kills the possibility for creativity that resides in local communities. I think that right now, when I think about gender, for instance, and the way we are regressing, and the way I think we will regress with all the pronouncements that you are seeing, we are emboldening sexists to feel that it is actually okay to treat women in a particular way There are certain administration in some parts of the world that are just new, that are giving us real fears about how this is going to complicate that. And you need local communities to stand up for themselves. You need those local communities to be in touch with other local communities in different parts of the world so that you can spread the pushback against the pushback to make sure that you get as many people as possible at their most basic level to be the ones that are speaking for themselves. I just think that we've done all the speaking for. It's not as helpful as it can be. It's still relevant, it has its place, but you cannot be speaking for people when they don't speak for themselves. So more investment is needed to make sure that people at local level also gain their voices.
Thank you very much. Mr. Onoe?
Yes, it's very important to connect the people. So, for example, at you, we have AI for Good platform. That's a neural network. We have already, I don't remember the exact number, more than several 10,000 people joined for the other members. That can connect each other, and also they can access to the our webinars. All around the webinars, we have a lot of content for the webinars that could be created for the training course. So in such case, there's such opportunity to connect each other and to access such training data, not training course. That we are now contributing to that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and I mean, I would just say, we've talked a lot about localizing these models to be more inclusive, and I would love to see, it seems like we have the right kind of group here today, is to sort of see somebody or some organization take the lead to build a kind of a partnership model where we can actually all work together to try to build more localized models that will help further the aims of the OERs. I think that's certainly is imminently possible. Open models exist where you can build and try to achieve that outcome, and so it'd be very interesting to see what we might be able to do together.
Thank you. So we've had three really interesting positions on different aspects of the questions. Remember, the questions is open educational resources and generative AI. I just want to profit from the fact that I'm concluding the session and then we'll be off for lunch to make a proposition, because as I've tried to insist, we've got these things called UNESCO chairs, and we've got these things called UNESCO networks, which cover the whole planet and which actually disseminate and create knowledge and curate knowledge. And I think it is important that we as UNESCO chairs, or we as UNESCO networks, are the first to set the right example, and that somehow we should also be every time we communicate, making sure we do it openly. So the proposal I would like to make today on behalf of the UNOE network, which is a network which will be presented formally tomorrow, is that UNESCO adopts a policy in which it says that UNESCO chairs and UNESCO networks should from now onwards publish and communicate using open licenses and freely, so that all the material that is produced by the community, by this very powerful community, can really be accessed by all. So we will, of course, from be supporting an initiative in that sense and help the UNESCO chairs to actually transform their practices in order to go open. So that's my final remarks and my hopeful contribution to the debate today. I would like to thank the panelists and thank the audience for this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colin and all, for a truly wonderful panel. Thank you. I think there's going to be a photograph, yeah. Okay, thank you all. So now we have a break until 2:30 when we reconvene for another truly wide-ranging discussion of OER. Lunch is served over in the coffee area at the Knowledge Summit over on that direction. So if you could all be back at 2:30, we'd be very grateful. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Hello, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We'll be starting the main session in the UNESCO meeting very soon, so please, if you could return to the main hall. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Nice to see you back. Thank you. Our next session is on the value proposition for openly licensed learning content, and it will be moderated by Dr. Jane Frances Agbu from the Commonwealth of Learning, who's their advisor on higher education. And it'll feature 4 panelists sitting here and 1 on video. We will again meet Dr. Tawfik Jalassi. Anna Tumidottir is from Creative Commons in Iceland, where she is the CEO. Mukhtar Dabo is from the Gambia, where he is permanent secretary. And then we have Tula Iorola, who is the ambassador of Finland to Bahrain and the UAE. And then on video, Dr. Johanna Borsch-Supan from the Federal Ministry of Education and Research in Germany, where she is Director General for General Education, Vocational Training and Lifelong Learning. Please welcome them. Yes, it should be. Please.
It's now what? Hey.
Please, if you could sit in the third seat. Yes, you go to the end. And Anna there. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good afternoon, all. and thanks so much for your time. So this panel, we're going to be focusing on the value proposition for openly licensed learning content. We all know that the OER recommendation emphasizes the importance of openly licensed learning content in promoting universal access to quality education. And key highlights here are adaptability, cost effectiveness, collaboration and sharing, innovation in education, support for sustainable development goals, and capacity building. So to address this important theme, we have 5 panelists. One will be joining us via video, and we don't have enough time, so let's go straight. I will hand over to Dr. Taufik Jelasis to make his submission.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to everyone in the room and to the participants connected online. The title is quite thought-provoking. What is the value proposition for openly licensed learning content? The title sounds businesslike, but of course we'll take maybe for sure an educational approach. So we know what is this about, obviously, how to overcome financial and geographical barriers to the access, to the dissemination, to the use of open educational resources worldwide by teachers and by learners as well. I think this is a great opportunity nowadays to not only rethink education, but hopefully to transform it. To transform it in what way? To make it truly learner-centered learning or education. Because when we teach, whether it is online or offline, it is not that learner-centered. I was university professor for more than 3 decades. I walk into an amphitheater and I have a small or large group, dozens or hundreds of students. That's, as we know, the one-way delivery of knowledge, of content. Can we customize? We cannot. We try to average the content. Average to whom? To the experts in the room and to the novices in the room. So each one hopefully gets some value out of the class time and walks away with some learning. I think if we move to the digital space, not only it is feasible from a technical point of view, but economically it becomes feasible to put in place a one-to-one learning experience and to personalize. I think that's one major element in the value proposition, in addition to overcoming geographical barriers and financial barriers. We know that in some countries they cannot afford paying high prices for the latest educational resources, be it textbooks, be it case studies, be it computer simulation games, whatever it may be. Because these typically come from the north, and developing countries in the global south need to pay in hard currency, and they cannot financially afford it. When I used to teach, some of my students use my previous book, because now it's in the public domain, and they teach digital transformation or technology. How can you use a book that I published 10 years ago, and you are still up to date, and you have still relevant learning value? No way. I said, why don't you use my book from a few months ago? I said, because a copy costs $120 and you cannot afford it. And the school cannot pay it for us. So open educational resource, as we know, they are free of charge. They are license free. You can use them. You can build on them. You can share them. You can massage them in the way that suits the learning objectives of the professor, of the teacher, vis-a-vis the learners. 3 quick messages here before I stop. Message number 1 is, I believe that the UNESCO 2019 OER recommendation provides a foundational framework for our shared effort. I have a copy of it here. It's in Arabic language. We are in the UAE, and this is the official language of the UAE. But this UNESCO 2019 OER recommendation exists in so many languages and is available online on the UNESCO website. This is for us at least, and you may say I'm biased because I work at UNESCO, but I think it offers a nice foundation for our shared effort in terms of what? In terms of policy development, capacity building, inclusive access, sustainability, and international cooperation. These are the pillars of this recommendation. My second message here is that OER empowers educators to become innovators. And this is very important today. Because if it's basic knowledge, a pupil can find it through generative AI tools, ChatGPT and others. So what is the added value of a teacher at school in a classroom or online? What is the added value? I believe it is discussion-based pedagogy. It is sharing personal experiences. It's international benchmarks. It's facilitating a debate, an argumentation, a discussion, and reaching a synthesis. That ChatGPT cannot yet do it. Maybe one day in the future it will be possible. But I think that's what the teacher can bring. And when I say about this, the educator has to become also an innovator. And OER enables that. The third and last message, cooperation is the name of the game here. Cooperation, partnership is or lies at the core of OER because no one can do it alone. It's community of educators, of teachers, of learners, civil society, teaching institutions, member states. Because if we join forces, so hopefully we can integrate OER into national educational systems and not have it on the margin of that. Let me stop here, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you, really. I really love the fact that you noted that it's not just about opening up education, it's about learner-centric education. Thank you so much, and for the 3 important messages. So next I call on Ms. Anne to provide insight on the role of open licensing in the future of education. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have some slides. Let me press a button. Nope, that didn't. Oh, there we go. So, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, and fellow open education enthusiasts, thanks for joining us for this panel after lunch. My name is Anna Tumadottir. I am the CEO of Creative Commons. So Creative Commons is an international nonprofit organization. You heard us mentioned during the opening today. We were founded in 2001. And we are dedicated to building a world where education and culture and science are equitably shared as a means to benefit humanity. Emphasis here on the humans. We help overcome the legal obstacles to sharing digital public goods, like open educational resources, to address the world's most pressing challenges. Today, I'm just going to briefly make 2 key points about the role for open licensing in the future of education before we can embark on a discussion. So the first, we need to use open licenses to ensure that publicly funded educational resources are open by default. So Creative Commons has a suite of legal tools, and we help make this happen. We are the stewards of the licenses that power open educational resources. So anyone, from an individual to a government, can use the CC licenses to openly license an educational resource or anything else. And this gives the public permissions to access and use and adapt and redistribute these resources, all while receiving credit for their work. Our licenses are free to use, and they are not going anywhere because they are in the public domain, and they are currently available in 48 languages. So the UNESCO 2019 recommendation on OER, which we have been talking about quite a bit here, highlights the critical importance of open licensing because open licenses are foundational to OER. You cannot have one without the other. It's the open license on the educational resource that makes this so powerful. So a question, what could governments do to support the implementation of the UNESCO recommendation? In this objective that I've highlighted here on the screen around developing supportive policy, this is exactly the kind of work that Creative Commons stands ready to help you do. So if you have any questions on how you might implement good open policies, whether at the national level or bringing it down to the local levels, we are ready to help with this. I'm going to introduce two of my colleagues. They are here with me today. I'm going to ask them to stand up. Dr. Cable Green, Director of Open Education, and Jenren Wetzler, Director of Learning and Training. These are your experts. These are the people that if you are working in a government and you have questions about how the CC licenses work, this is who you should seek out during the break. But I will switch gears now to everybody's favorite topic, artificial intelligence. Simply put, AI will be part of the future of open education because it is already part of the present of open education. So when we think about the intersection of open education and artificial intelligence, one thing is very clear. We need to continue prioritizing openness as we start using these new tools. Because the future of AI is full of opportunities. We've heard about a lot of them here today. I don't know if anybody else has had their child come home from school and they've said, oh, how do I do this algebra problem? Or how do I solve this physics equation? And you think, oof, I wish I had paid more attention when I was in school. Well, maybe the day will come, or is already upon us, where there are tutors that can help our children learn these things in their own languages, in their own contexts, in their own environments, and we don't have to remember everything we learned in algebra 30 years ago. But in addition to all of these possible opportunities, we have a lot of risks, and we've also heard about some of those today. Things like bias being presented in the materials, hallucinations, and key things around the need for high-quality, open training data so that we can learn from accurate information, and it can be in the languages of the learners. So it's not enough that we just have a handful of very large, very Western models trained on the English language. We have to bring this to our local contexts. Now, sometimes openness needs a little bit of a push. We have to make sure that we are appropriately licensing these systems. If we are going to develop AI in the public interest for educational purposes, we have to make sure that at every level of the chain, they are appropriately, openly licensed. So it's not just about the code, it's not just about the weights, but it's about the underlying training data as well. And for those of you here representing governments, you produce a lot of content, you produce a lot of data. Put open licenses on it, prepare it as training data sets, help with language preservation, help with local contextualization, help with accurate information. But we have to make sure that at every step of the way, we are using an appropriate open license, again, so that you can not only access it, but you can adapt it and you can redistribute it. That is the core here. Now, I realize we're running out of time, sorry, but I'm just doubling down on this message because if we're going to accomplish SDG 4, if we're going to ensure that all people have access to quality education and lifelong opportunities, we have to have openly licensed educational resources, and we have to have open and transparent AI. And that's it from me.
Thank you, Anna. And thank you so much for flagging the need for significant stakeholders to develop supportive policies and need for all of us to prioritize openness. So I'll go straight to the next panelist, the third panelist, Mr. Mukhtar. He's going to be speaking on innovative application of OER in the Gambia.
Thank you very much. And thank you for having me as part of this panel today. The mission of OER in the Gambia is part of a broader higher education transformation agenda initiated by the government of the Gambia. This transformation seeks to provide access to all citizens to higher education. It is one of the few countries that have education in its constitution as a right for every citizen, both men and women. In this transformation, we are transforming all the tertiary education institutions into higher learning institutions, degree awarding institutions. And to make OER relevant, access becomes a sine qua non to success. We first of all have to provide the opportunity for people to be able to access these resources. One of the major achievements so far has been in our ability to localize these resources and promote a culture of OER adoption. In this process, we have translated a lot of these resources into the local languages, and instruction is now being provided in the local languages in the Gambia, so that we are eliminating the language barriers for people to be able to access these resources, especially at the level of foundational learning. Now also, one of the innovative applications of OER is in the use of artificial intelligence to provide for adaptive learning and personalized learning in the process of teacher training. Very recently, the education sector has introduced competency tests for teachers. This is part of ensuring quality throughout the education system. And there were teachers who were not able to meet the requirements for these competency assessments. And it doesn't mean, it's not all doom and gloom for those who were not able to make it through this competency test. What the ministry adopted is an AI platform called MindSpark, which provided adaptive and personalized learning for these teachers. Over time, they were given another competency test, and significant number of these teachers were able to pass this competency test. So broadly, what we are doing is to provide access to quality tertiary and higher education. The transformation also advocates for establishing centers of excellence across all the regions of the country. It's one of the, it's the smallest country in mainland Africa, with a population of about 2.4 million people. The country is, it's divided into two by the River Gambia, where the country gets its name from. So we are not more than 50 kilometers on either side of the river, but lengthwise we are 400 kilometers into, in the country. So what we do is every region along the river is provided with a center of excellence as part of this training, as part of providing quality education for all. So what we also working on with support from the World Bank is to establish the Gambia Research and Education Network called the GAMREN. Currently we have been part of the West African Research and Education Network, and we are working towards becoming part of the Global Research and Education Network. This will provide unlimited access for open educational resources to all students at the tertiary and higher education level. One other innovative approach which is part of this project is to provide broadband internet connectivity to all the institutions, to all the tertiary and higher education institutions in the Gambia, regardless of whether they are public or private. Currently also there is the 10% of the current Africa coast to Europe, which is called the ACE cable. 10% has already been dedicated by the government to provide support services to the education sector and to the health sectors. So currently these are some of the plans. We have also recently validated the open distance learning policy, which is also being implemented with our partner from the Commonwealth of Learning. I just want to say that education is very much a public investment. One of the challenges currently is how to make education publicly accountable also. which means as we advocate for open educational resources, there is also a need to advocate for open educational data. The public needs to be able to have access to educational data, which is mostly limited within the walls of education institutions. So the public have very limited access. So we are looking for ways to develop frameworks to enable public accountability of educational institutions, of educational authorities in the provision of this very key service. One innovative strategy currently being implemented is the ministerial directive to make sure that all the tertiary and higher education institutions have in place an ERP system. And also we have e-learning systems in these institutions. So there are other programs in support which include second chance. We're giving second chance to people who are not able to make it. I've been signaled. It seems like time is not on our side. So I will stop here for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mukhtar. Thank you so much. And thank you for sharing insight on the significant transformation in the Gambia education system, especially the translation of OER in local languages, competency-based tests for teachers, and the innovative platforms for OER. Thank you so much for that. The next is a submission from Dr. Johan, the German National OER Strategy. I think that will be via the video.
Dear UNESCO representatives, dear hosts, dear participants of the 3rd UNESCO World OER Congress, the 21st century calls for digital education that is fit for the future. High quality, easily accessible teaching and learning materials are essentials for this, whether for teachers at schools or universities, for trainers at vocational colleges, or students who want to learn independently. Everyone benefits from free access to modern educational resources. Open educational resources, or OER, thus help to create a fairer, a more modern educational landscape. In Germany, however, this potentially has been underestimated for far too long. This is why we at the Federal Ministry of Education developed a comprehensive OER strategy 2 years ago. In a very broad consultation process, we brought together experts from all areas of education, as well as commercial stakeholders, such as publishers. The result is a milestone that will make open educational resources available to everyone. We are confident that OER will play a central role in the education of the future. By publishing its landmark recommendation in 2019, UNESCO created the guidelines for implementing the education goal for the 2030 Agenda for equitable education and lifelong learning. This first international recommendation for OER forms the basis of our national strategy. From the beginning, we have designed the strategy to be a learning strategy that we implement in a continuous dialogue with research and practice. Events such as this World Congress are therefore important sources of new input. Many of the experts here are involved in discussions about the future of OER and the opportunities offered by AI in education. Our aim is to use open educational resources to bring our culture of teaching and learning into the 21st century. Through OER, we can support change management and innovation in education. Our strategy sets out 6 areas of action with specific priorities, including systematically anchoring and developing educators' OER skills, developing new partnerships and approaches, and moving from open educational resources to more comprehensive open educational practices, supporting innovation and cross-setting education with OER. Up to now, OER funding has mainly been used to support the production and provision of educational content. We are now going one step further. We will provide targeted support for cooperation and skills development through open educational practices, or OEP for short. What is that? One teacher creates digital teaching material and puts it online. Other teachers can access it and adapt it. Over time, this leads to content that is constantly improved. Everyone benefits from collaborative learning. OEP allows teachers, students, companies, and educational institutions to work together on innovative solutions and to learn from each other. We look forward to following on the results of this Congress and the Dubai Declaration in our work in Germany. I hope you all enjoy a productive event, and I look forward to seeing the final version of UNESCO Dubai Declaration on OER. Thank you.
Thank you. So the submission from Dr. Joanna illustrated strategies Germany is putting in place to make educational resources accessible for everyone, in line with UNESCO OER recommendations through 6 innovative action areas. So let's go straight, since we don't have enough time, to our last speaker, Ambassador Tula. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think I'm going to have a problem with all the wisdom that was already shared, but I will give the Finnish example. So maybe to start with the fact that in Finland, we're very, very ambitious with openness. Openness starting with the administration and at all different levels. So let me explain a little bit. First of all, as part of the International Open Government Partnership, we've launched Finland's 5th already action plan on open government, and this emphasizes information, or rather, access to information and participation and open procedures in really all administrative sectors and at all levels of government. And then the other thing that I want to mention is the Finnish government has a government-wide strategy on digitalization, which emphasizes human-centric data governance as a key principle in all work, including when it comes to AI. And Finland is one of the leading digital economies, and as such, we strongly believe that really everyone in society should be able to trust that the digital public services are safe and that they're transparent, and also that they're based on fundamental rights. And for us, this is a key to democracy, but also to digital inclusion. So that's on one side, and then on the other side, or very practically, talking about education and such, freely accessible and scalable resources are vital for improving access to education globally. I think this is something already that we all share as an opinion, and at the same time, of course, to boost the quality of education. And we know that innovative and openly shared resources can make a real difference to how we teach, how we learn about complex issues as well as global challenges. I mean, not to mention others, but the climate crisis. And of course, there is also the need to help combat misinformation and disinformation. And so that's, again, something extremely important. And shared educational resources, of course, also can help improve pedagogical thinking and to boost the professional development of those who are educators, but also those who, adapt whatever is produced and use them. So, well, also educators. But in that sense, I think that the very, very important thing is really that co-creation makes this transformative, this sharing of educational resources. We heard about collaborative learning. And UNESCO's recommendation on OERs has inspired and actually really continues to inspire Finland and our national efforts. When COVID started, so in early 2020, around the start of that, we launched something called a National Library on OERs, and that's what I want to tell you a little bit about. But also in 2022, we launched a national policy as well as an action plan and quality criteria on OERs in higher education and research, and then further guidance on accessibility, inclusion, and quality of open educational resources and practices were actually just recently launched. And all higher education institutions in Finland share a Vision 2030 for e-learning. And Dr. Taufik talked about learner-centered learning, really, and so we launched last year a national strategy with a digital vision of education and teaching and training. And here our aim is to strengthen the culture of openness. And this is namely by strengthening our capacities on OERs, also in different languages. And I would like to note here that Finland is very pleased to be a member in the Global Gateways to Public Digital Learning Platforms initiative. This is, of course, led by UNESCO and UNICEF, and extremely important initiative. We have a fairly decentralized education system, so that gives a lot of autonomy for education providers. So we don't have, let's say, a single tool or a digital service or a platform for teaching and learning, which everybody should be using. But we promote open access and digital commons in many other ways. And this is where I come back to that Library of Open Educational Resources. This provides teachers and learners at all levels of education, and in fact everyone who's interested, opportunities to share, to use, and to adapt learning materials. This library also contains reports, it contains project documents and different materials that are produced by experts. And so this kind of a digital commons encourages further collaboration and of course dialogue among all the relevant actors. And I would just like to mention one more example, which is something called the Finna, which is a digital service which is actually home to millions of items of cultural and scientific material in Finland. And hundreds of different organizations, archives, libraries, museums bring their unique content to this platform. And you know, when you think about the fact that Finland has 5.5 million inhabitants, this Finna has some 60 million visits per year. So it's widely used in teaching and learning. And it also contains tailored and curated materials for teaching and learning. So I think, you know, we can be very proud in Finland for having this kind of resources available for our educators, but also for the learners. And as part of the Gateways initiative, we organized a webinar 2 weeks ago with UNESCO, UNICEF, and the respective authorities in Finland. This is available online on the UNESCO web pages, so please go and take a look if you're interested. And finally, I just want to say that for us, really, our main aim is to make finding, using, sharing and creating information materials, as well as new ideas for learning, as easy and as secure as possible. And with open solutions, new things, of course, can be constantly created. What is necessary because of the changing society and changing needs for education. And so we really need concerted efforts, both nationally but also internationally, to establish the infrastructures for open resources and practices, but also to ensure their security and quality. So I think we should all adopt an ethics of grassroots collaboration that's similar to open science, and to ensure that the infrastructures created facilitate and empower teachers, learners, and schools so that everyone can share with each other. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Ambassador Tula. So thank you so much for reiterating that OER is a significant key for innovative digital economy, and that co-creation is very vital. And also for highlighting national strategies in this regard. We have just about a few minutes to go, so let's throw the floor open for just 2 questions, then we can wrap up. Oh, 3. Okay.
I just have a question for Anna, because the beauty of the Creative Commons is about not just about the permission to allow the recreate, use, adapt, and recreate content, but also about protecting the intellectual property and being able to attribute the right to the original author of the content. Now, because of these AI is making things more complicated. So I just want, especially in terms of how we are like attributing, if let's say the OER is being created by by AI, and then how we are attributing the author to the to the AI created content, and how the Creative Commons responding to this kind of new development. Thank you.
I think you know what we do all day now. These are the big open questions that are facing Creative Commons. And find us afterwards, because we could spend half an hour on this. I would say that a few things to keep in mind. One is, if there is an AI-generated output that is purely machine-generated, our view is that that should be in the public domain by default. However, none of us think it's a good idea that we just believe things that come straight out of AI and we should put those in the hands of learners or scientists or people writ large. We need a human layer of interaction with any of the content that's coming out of these tools to ensure that it's verified and accurate, and that we continue to center our human expertise here. And so there are big open questions around what is the threshold for copyrightability if you have collaborated with a machine to develop content. And hopefully we will have answers on that soon enough, but it is a rapidly evolving area. The other key consideration here is around the attribution for all of the content that went into the model to train it, for you to be able to use the model to develop some kind of output. And this is where we come back to really important questions around transparency for models and open data sets. So ideally, if you are using a particular model, model ABC, you should be able to know what data went into training it, what were the sources of that data, who prepared that data, et cetera. Because otherwise, how are you to know to be on the lookout for things like bias or incorrect information or any other potential errors that you might find there? So similarly to how with open education resources, we want you to be able to access them at no cost, but adapt them and reuse them and so on and so forth. The same should be true for any of these artificial intelligence models that we want to use for public interest purposes.
Well said, Anna. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah. The lady.
Thank you very much. This is a follow-up to that. So once we have the question on how we're going to address the open licensing and all the great stuff that you just mentioned, the follow-up question is, how are we going to license it? Is Creative Commons considering an adaptation of the license that we have? Just an example, APA 7, for instance, in the traditional referencing style, has a new referencing style for AI. Is CC Creative Commons considering adapting the licensing? Would we have the same licenses, or would we have a license that is AI related, type of thing?
This is another really good question. So as it stands, and I should probably give a date timestamp to this comment because things are shifting so quickly. But as it stands, we do not intend to version the existing licenses. And the reason for that is that so much global infrastructure, digital public goods, like open educational resources, rely on the existing licenses to function the way that they do. And so we don't want to version them and inadvertently break the vast digital commons in that regard. That said, there is definitely interest and enthusiasm in around potentially licensing things not created by AI, or marking things not being created by AI, as something that comes from humans. Now, this might be a little bit optimistic, because ultimately, 5 years from now, everything we do might have some element of artificial intelligence contributing to it. So that's one of the ideas that has surfaced in our community. But another component here is thinking about data sets, the one going into the models. How should they be licensed? What kind of content is fine to use or not use? And is there an entry point here for some kind of labeling or reuse mechanism or contract that would allow folks to reuse data sets that are not necessarily full of CC licensed content? So that's another here I am just sharing with you all the open questions that we're working on. But we would welcome your feedback, so find us around in the next couple of days.
Thank you so much. I think there's just one, because we have just about 2 minutes to wrap up. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much for the interesting discussion. I liked especially the examples and good practices from Gambia, from Finland. So how do we bring them really into reality on a global level? Because I think it's very, very hard to culturally adapt them. And I think the key is really to build individual, organizational, and country partnerships. So do you have any plans or do you have any suggestions how we bring the best practices into reality, not only just sharing knowledge, but making knowledge applicable and realizable for different countries? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think this question is for Gambia and Finland, right? So just 1 minute to respond each, then we will wrap up. Thank you.
A very quick response from me, which is that I think, and I will refer here to a very sort of more overall Finnish policy on really doing everything that we can always for years already, let's say, to make use of first of all our best practices in the field of education, and here also of course related to what we've been talking about today, to see how we can also then transplant what is transplantable to other countries, especially those that are just developing their own systems. So we're always very, very, very happy to share our best practices and knowledge.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the comment. It takes an open mind to make OER work. So in that sense, we are pretty much starting as well, but we are open to collaborations, to partnerships with other countries. We are happy to share our experiences for those that want to learn from our mistakes, and then we can make it work. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Final word? Yeah.
Just to add that at UNESCO, we try also to help foster such co-creation partnerships and such collaboration. I fully agree with you. It's not just adopt as is, but rather adapt to the local educational context, to the specificities where the learning is taking place. So of course, we'll do also our part of the effort to network, to create these co-creation alliances, and to foster collaboration, which is at the heart of innovation and the use in a sustainable way of OER.
Thank you so much I want to sincerely thank the panelists for beautiful interventions, insightful interventions, and to you, their audience, for very thought-provoking questions. And with that, I think we can conveniently come to an end. We're just right on time. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Actually, maybe just before you get up, we're now going to leave for the breakout sessions. But before you leave, I'd like to bring Zeynep Voroglu up here from UNESCO in Paris, where she's a senior program specialist, of course, known to many of you. And Zeynep was trying to get me to impress upon you how important it is that you attend the breakout sessions. And she was telling me so compellingly that I thought, actually, it's much better if she tells you rather than she tells you via me. So Zeynep, will you come up on stage and just advocate for the breakout sessions? Can I just borrow your microphone?
She's a colleague of mine, so I can give her the mic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's really wonderful to see everyone here. It's wonderful to see these wonderful panelists, but it's wonderful to see you. And what's very rich about this meeting is the dialogue that's happening. And this dialogue is with everyone. We have brought together the entire world, thanks to the support of MBRF, and thanks to you for coming. These sessions are your opportunity to speak with each other, to share, to collaborate, to build. Please go to the sessions, participate. As we say in French, profitez-vous. Really, it's really important. I know that you go to meetings, you have breakouts, it sometimes means shopping. This is not the case. This is really important, so please go. That's my thing.
You ask people that if they're presenting, they should find a friend and bring that friend.
That's right. If you are presenting, find a friend, maybe two. It's about sharing, it's about dialogue. Bring them with you to the session. Tell them that they can't be your friend anymore if they don't come to your session. But go, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much indeed. Thank you all. See you later. Bye-bye. Thank you.
this work, yeah. Hi everyone, we will start the session in a couple of minutes. I would like to call all the speakers on stage to get ready. Thank you. Okay, there's no one. Okay, you go next to him, you can sit here. Yes.
Right?
And we're just waiting for the Indonesian guy. Should we start sitting? Oh, he's here. Yeah.
Sit here.
Dr. Wahyu. Oh, guys, you have 7 minutes. The ladies just come.
That's good. No problem. My education, you know. Hi. Hi.
一二范贤瑞，贤瑞，瑞范，瑞范，yeah. You come from Ministerial. China, from China. 贤瑞，yeah. Like that cherry. 范贤瑞，贤瑞。It's difficult to pronounce in Chinese. 贤瑞. Okay.
Apologies if I made a mistake.
Yeah. Sit here. Okay. You all sit here.
Yes. I write them for you. I tell you. The first one that we speak is Professor Mustafa Azad Kamal.
No problem.
Second one will be Mike Anissa. Professor Mustafa Azad Kamal. Then this Miyaki. And Dr. Wahyudi. And the hardest one
তোমাকে রেখে দাও পরে পারলে আহিন পরে পারলে একটু ভিডিও করে দাও
When we go into to Jakarta next year?
Okay, sir. Yeah.
Okay. So don't worry, you can WhatsApp me.
presentation will be launched when you speak. You have this to change slides. So you will be the first one to have it. Okay, green one, you go forward. Red one, you go backwards. Okay, you all have mics, that works. You have water.
This? Yes.
Yeah, I have the timer. You're going to see your PowerPoint here. Yes. PowerPoint is going to see here.
Yes, sure.
And what we will do, since we're four, you have 7 minutes each. We will go for the two first presentations, then we have one round of 5-minute questions, then two more for 5 minutes just for you, and then full conversation. Okay?
You and the first anything.
5 minutes. Okay. Hi, good morning, everyone. Please take your seat. We're going to start now. So I would like to welcome you all to our session on policy incentive. My name is Anissa. I work for the UNESCO Office to the Gulf States and Yemen. And today we're going to discuss effective policies to ensure the adoption of OER in national policies and institutional policies as well. We have today 4 different speakers from different countries in the world that will share with us the best practices and best examples on how they manage to include OER within the national and institutional policies in their country. So I have with me today Dr. Mustafa Azad Kamal, representative of Bangladesh Open University, Mr. Chris Mayaki, Acting Executive Secretary and CEO of the National Universities Commission of Nigeria, Dr. Wahyudi, Director of Samio OER Policy Initiatives from Indonesia, and Ms. Chanri Fan from the Open University of China. To start, I would like to remind our speakers that they will have each of them 7 minutes to do their presentation. We will start with 2 presentations, then we will have a round of questions, and we will continue with the second round of presentation and open for more global discussion. Mr. Professor Mustafa Azad Kamal, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So, the slide is coming. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, this is Professor Mustafa Azad Kamal from Bangladesh Open University. So I will speak about my experience in Bangladesh regarding designing the OER policies and the implementation of OER policy. So my focus will be how to mainstream OER and what are the challenges there and what is the process we follow in Bangladesh. So whatever we are doing in Bangladesh, these are aligned with the UNESCO OER recommendations. So we try to focus on the recommendations when we do any kind of capacity building training or developing the OER policies. So in the beginning, when we develop the OER policies, we try to have a short survey, kind of baseline survey to understand what the people we are going to address and how to proceed next. So from the survey, we so in a recent program when we went to develop the OER policy, so we had a survey. So we can see that we have asked them 2 questions: how do you recognize the authors of the resource you use for your works? So we can see that the most of the participants, they said the reference is enough. So they don't know if they download the materials, these are kind of violating the copyright law. So these were their mindset, and they are doing these kind of things with when they develop the resources and share the resources with the students. And secondly, we saw that their intention to create the resources and use the resources is very much, rigid in the traditional ways. They develop, download, and they copy the books. They don't care the copyright law. So after having this kind of information or data from the participants, we try to follow 3 strategies. So first is top down. So we talk to the university or the head of the institutions, and then we involve the teachers there. Sometimes we invite the students, and then finally we follow another strategy is inside out. So we follow these three step by step. So one is top down and bottom up and inside out. So after then we design the workshop. We bring the people who the university top leaders, deans, vice chancellors, and the teachers, and also the students. They come to the sessions in the beginning, and then after the workshop we go for designing the policy. So we don't draft any policy without any workshop before. So we try to involve them and let them understand what is OER, what are the OER licenses and copyright issues. Then we go for designing and developing the policies. So after the policies are developed, and then after 1 or 2 months, we conduct another survey. So what is the outcome of this kind of workshops and drafting the policy? So we find that still the challenges are there, because maybe at individual level the teachers are following these kind of principles and they are using OER, but in terms of creating the resources and sharing the resources, they are very much reluctant. So they like to use OER, but they don't like to create the new resources. Even they create the resources, they don't like to share it openly. So these are the challenges we saw. And then we found that it is very much important to not only giving the training and developing the policy. There is something missing. The person's mindset is very much important. So to mainstream OER, if the people are not in it, their ownership is not developed, then it doesn't work. So we found that when we involved all the stakeholders like the university leaders, teachers and students together in the process, so those workshops were very much successful, and those policies implemented successfully. So the initiatives we took so far in Bangladesh, we developed the national OER policy. It is already with the ministry, so it will be approved very soon. And then we have a number of institutional OER policies, almost 26 plus institutional OER policies. Some NGOs who are creating contents for the common people, for the marginalized people, they got the policies also. And national blended OER, blended learning policy is there. So in that blended learning policy, we adopted OER. So there is a clause in that policy that OER must be used, and the resources created by the public money, that must be OER. And you can see the blended learning framework for Bangladesh. This is the national framework. So you see the EOLO portion of the framework. So for content creation and sharing the contents, we imposed that everybody should follow OER and use OER and share their resources openly. And government got some commitments. So a large amount of budget government committed to invest in the blended learning education as well as into OER, because the recent projects when they created the content for the vocational education, so I was involved in a project. So the government decided to share all these contents openly. So this is a development. And almost every institution, I listed a little bit here, but every institution has got the OER repository. So they are following CC licenses in their repositories. And the next step is we are trying to follow what I said, that if the policy is there, training is there, policy is there, but things are not ruling nicely. So that's why we are trying to have a follow-up meeting with the vice chancellors, and more institutional OER policy should be there. And every university got the quality assurance cell. So they are advised to keep some budget for the training on OER. And national OER repository, we are planning to have a national OER repository very soon. And more collaboration is needed, So we have collaboration with Commonwealth of Learning, Commonwealth Educational Media Center for Asia, also with UNESCO. So UNESCO supports some programs, and this kind of collaboration is very much important because, in India and Bangladesh, in this region, we have similar language, the contents are almost similar. So if you work collaboratively, maybe we can reduce the cost of the resources what the students are paying. And finally, actually what I said, the policies are there and the capacity building is there. So what next? Because by doing these things, it is not mainstreamed. We find that the challenges are still there. It is not moving that much fast. So I like to put here the mindset change, the ownership. So we have to think of that. So what we'll do next to make the OER mainstreamed in all levels of educational institutions and at government levels. So if we cannot do this, so we'll not be able to do justice to the citizens. So that's why I try to see the quote from Amartya Sen. She said, we must not leave a vast majority of the people outside the orbit of education because of this kind of limited access, because of the high cost of educational resources. So thank you very much. Maybe I will respond later on if you have any question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kamal. We will continue now with Mr. Christopher Mayaki, who will present to us the insight and perspectives on Nigeria's vision for digital public good in OER.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for that initial. Let me first and foremost bring the warm felicitations of Nigeria's Minister of Education, newly appointed, who would have loved to be here physically to participate in this OER Congress, but is settling down very quickly. I think the sentiments have all been canvassed. That in an era of, rapid transformation, in digital, technology, the access to open, high-quality educational resources is very key. And therefore, this presentation, highlights some best practices emanating from Nigeria and some of our aspirations, so that we can be part and parcel of the global movement in such a way that we will derive maximum benefit from harnessing OER to broaden access and to expand equity. I think everybody realizes that by the sheer size of Nigeria, and the huge educational landscape, with about 276 universities, 118 polytechnics, and in total about 1,114 tertiary education institutions. Nigeria is irrevocably committed to the actualization of the SDG. That notion that education must be equitable, it has to be of quality, and that there will be lifelong opportunities. We strongly also believe that in fulfilling the the SDG 4, OER is a major game changer that will sustain and fast track Nigeria's educational development if we were to reach that satisfactory level. Some historical perspective. I mean, they say the past is in the eyes of the present. Whatever we have achieved today in Nigeria started from somewhere. And I think here I would like to re-echo the deep sense of gratitude that we feel to UNESCO for having invited us to participate in the OER regional meeting in Mauritius in 2017. Subsequent to this, we were charged to set up our National Steering Committee on OER to champion and, as it were, escalate and catapult this new storm that was ravaging the entire landscape in Africa. And then the Commonwealth of Learning supported Nigeria's National Universities Commission to champion the development of an OER policy. In fact, an earlier moderator, Professor Jane Agbu, worked with her colleagues to guide Nigeria. This then led to the founding of our OER policy, which was presented to the global community at the second World Congress that preceded this one in Ljubljana, which was, I must proudly say, was well received and attracted a lot of accolades. And subsequent to that, Nigeria approved the implementation of the policy during the ministerial session of the National Council on Education. This is the highest policy-making body in Nigeria. And then at that high stakeholders meeting, we resolved that we will, more capacity building had become necessary. There's a need for every higher education institution to develop its institutional OER policy. We have what we call the Tertiary Education Trust Fund. This is a big pool of funds realized from 3% of education tax that we use for high impact interventions, and capacity building. At that point, we also resolved that we will get TED Fund to provide some funding. And then, we created a community of champions, as it were, so that we can escalate, the issue of OER. And then we move from policy to implementation with Cole's support. Up to 10 universities were able to develop their OER policies, and they are now at different levels of implementation. Actually, we have more than 10 now. We have about 50 universities, and we're proud to say that we have been able to create our national OER repository in Nigeria. But as you well know, for every progress that you make, there are some challenges that continue to impede, as it were, the space of or the pace of progress. And one of them is funding. Funding, is cross-cutting. Everybody will experience one form of funding constraints or the other. The lack of awareness turned out to be a major issue. I mean, this is a system that is used to doing things in a certain way, and now you have to retool, as it were, educators and learners so that they can adopt this new practice. And then the digital divide and the huge deficit in infrastructure it's been a recurring decimal that has continued to hinder OER use. Quality assurance, we're worried about the content of what we're getting in Nigeria, and we have always now, more than ever, advocated that, like previous speakers have spoken, we need to contextualize, we need to make sure that our peculiarities, form the basis for any policy. And now we will then move to the, in responding to these identified challenges, Nigeria, in collaboration with UNESCO and other stakeholders in higher education, champion the domestication and implementation of the ICT, FCT, harnessing OER project for higher education in Nigeria, and that sought to promote, the effective integration of ICT in schools, in classrooms, and we believe that it has helped Nigeria, to keep pace with the evolving digital landscape. We also believe that this will address a crucial aspect of our vision for inclusive access to knowledge, wherein we hope we will equip our educators among several others. More about the ICT competency framework that we so believe in, that has a huge potential. We believe that we haven't reached our ultimate, destination as of yet, but with continuous advocacy, we believe that we will get there. Capacity building is so dearly needed. We need to also integrate OER into the core curriculum, minimum academic standards that we've just consummated as a university enterprise. And then we think that leadership and advocacy and championing at the highest level is also very key if we have to, build on the successes recorded so far. And finally, I'd like to, for us in Nigeria, we've been attuned to a level of expectation. And it's not a matter of ifs or buts. We must, get ourselves galvanized policymakers, university leaders, education leaders, all the stakeholders, so that we can come together and embrace this stark reality, that has a huge potential for broadening access and making it possible for the huge segment that would have been left out. And I think I would like to, on this note, thank UNESCO, thank the Commonwealth of Learning, who have continued to, support us, the Nigerian university system and the Federal Ministry of Education. And I hope that in the no distant future, we will, elevate where we are to a position that will be the envy, of the entire global community. And thank you once again for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Miyake. We will now open for a first round of questions. If there is any questions in the room, please raise your hand. Oh, yes, here in the front, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Is OER meant just for the tertiary level of education? How about the people in secondary schools and primary schools? I'm asking in particular because, sir, I'm a Nigerian.
You sound like a Nigerian.
And I know that there's a national policy on languages that now says that children from basic 1 to 3 should be taught in their mother tongues. And we've been doing a research on that, and we found out that there are really no resources for these children, and for the teachers. Don't you think that there's a way we can make room for OERs for these little children so that they can have resources that are open? Maybe one is written in English, a class text, then it can be translated into, we have so many languages in Nigeria, and let's say in a place like Abuja, in a class you may have children from up to 20 tribes and so on, with different languages. So don't you think, sir, that OER could help in this aspect? Thank you very much, sir.
Can I answer? Thank you very much. You didn't tell us where you work. What's your institutional affiliation?
All right, I am Dr. Nkem Osigwe. I work for African Library and Information Associations and Institutions based in Ghana. Accra.
Awesome,
Yeah, thank
awesome.
you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Your question is very apt, but like I alluded to in my submission, because of the sheer size of Nigeria, and we didn't want to get into anything that was amorphous. We decided that we were going to, focus on the tertiary education institutions in Nigeria. But I totally agree with you that probably we should have started from below, to dovetail into the tertiary, but the powers that be at that time decided that we were going to focus on tertiary institutions. And so that's where we are. But in the course of embracing OER, I think we shouldn't leave any subsector of the educational landscape, out. So I will take the message, back. I am preoccupied with regulating and coordinating university education. That's why I speak with a bias, but absolutely, suitable and a timely intervention that we need to refer back to the good offices of the Honorable Minister of Education. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another question? Yes, please, ladies in the front.
And thank you. I'm Wei Li from the Open University of China. First of all, I want to thank you, UNESCO, because from 2012, when UNESCO put the ideas of OER, Open Education Resources, from ideas to practice, and from 2012 up to now, we can see that from these 12 years, the world changed a lot. When we are talking about the education resources, it's more openness, it's more accessible. And now, today, like this morning, we saw a lot of things related about AI and how to use the AI to promote more about the openness, about the equality, or quality assurance, something like that, regarding to the education resources. So my question goes to, because I saw and I hear that you mentioned a lot about the education resources, the accessible. But I wanted to know how to make sure the quality assurance about the education resources. It's openness, right? Openness to everyone, open to everyone. But how to make sure the education resources be adaptable, and be quality to everybody, since everybody, individualized. I think the basic education is very individual. It should be adapted to everyone, but to every individuals, they need different education resources. How to make sure that is the best resources for them, and that is my question. Thank you.
Is it for me? Who wants to answer? Is it for me?
Yeah, these two. I think, yeah.
Okay. Do you mind if I answer and then he can wrap up?
Maybe he will start since he hasn't spoken
Okay,
yet.
I already have the mic.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay,
Go ahead.
all right. So thank you very much. If you listen to, I couldn't argue that, every educational enterprise has its past, its present and future priorities and peculiarities. So if you listen to my presentation, I spoke about the need to contextualize. That context is so key, because what works, there's no one size fit all,
Sure.
And I also spoke about the fact that we, as we were, embracing this policy, we were guided by the fact that we are careful about the content.
Yes.
It looks so free, yes, but they say anything that is free, you have to be careful. So we have put in place, a machinery for scrutinizing the content of what we are feeding, the Nigerian educational population, and to make sure that they are fit for purpose. They are not just safe, but they are fit for purpose, and that they, support, they lend credence to our past, our present, and future priorities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I think I can go to the previous question also, because if you think of primary level or at the marginalized level, so people can use OER. So the benefit is you can customize OER and you can make it fit for your purpose. So in terms of quality, so I don't think that quality is a rigid thing. So if my purpose is served by customizing these resources, so then the value is increased. So OER we can use because we can modify it, we can customize it. But other materials we cannot do it without permissions. So without permission we can use OER. So in that case the quality is not an issue because the quality is the contextualize of the resources. So if you can contextualize the resource, then it fits the purpose. So I think then it is okay. So, but for example, a rigid material we are not using everywhere equally.
Sure.
So I will use in a customized way. So that is what quality I mean.
Yeah, fit for purpose.
Yeah,
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you for your question. We will take more time later to answer further questions. We'll continue our journey now with Dr. Wahyudi from Indonesia.
Thank you, Anissa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good morning. Oops, sorry. Good evening. First of all, Semolex would like to express the deep gratitude to UNESCO for this opportunity. Actually, this is the last minute call because like, you know, our friend from UNESCO, Secretariat in Bangkok, they went to Bali for the Gateways program and this, we are here. Okay. Might I have, sorry, brother. Tara. This one. Oh, sorry. Cannot comment, voice comment. Sure. This one. Yep. So first of all, please allow me to introduce what is SEMIO. It is the organization of Ministry of Education in Southeast ASEAN, located the headquarters in Bangkok, the same building with UNESCO Bangkok. Okay. Established this month, 1965. So the SEMIO, under the SEMIO, we have 11 member countries, 9 associate members, 8 affiliate members, and also 26 centers, including SEMOLEC. SEMOLEC only one of the 26 centers under the umbrella of SEMIO. The SEMOLEC is established in 1997, located in Open University of Indonesia, or we call Universitas Terbuka Jakarta. But we are not part of the university. We are just only located in the university. Why? Because we have the same missions on open distance learnings. This is our visions to be the center of express in open and distance learnings. Yep. And this is our missions to assess the member countries, including the institutions, university, school that promote open distance learnings. So to put the context, I think we will just pass this once. How can we develop the open quality educational resources that can be reused, redeveloped with the quality assurance as well. Okay. So as you know, like during this morning, the whole morning's sessions, we agree that policymakers at various levels see the OER as a vital strategy to improve educational access, reduce costs, and also support innovative teaching practices. We agree already, right? So talking about the SEMOLEC journey, for the incentive, we identify 5 things: financial supports, policy mandates, also the third one, recognition and rewards, training and capacity building, and also technological supports. For these concerns, the first and the second, we are not doing intensively because this is like about, as Christopher mentioned about funding is another issue. But if we can collaborate, if we can cooperate, there are no more issues, okay, for the fundings, okay. The policy mandates, we see that UNESCO already established the regulations, recommendations, and we just learned because SEMOLEC Indonesia, so far there are not such established fixed yet, but fragmented policies on OERs. Back to 2015, UNESCO collaborated with Open University to create the first MOC for the OERs courses for higher education. Okay. And now, SEMOLEC focusing on the incentive number 3, 4, and 5. Okay. Aside of advocacy of the open distance learning, Semolek also providing such trainings, courses. Say, this is not long courses, just equal to 32 hour courses. And it is open for all 11 member countries. Both for the regional centers, for the regional activities, we use English for the course delivery. But for national, we use Bahasa. Okay. In terms of OERs, we actively conduct the webinars, how to create quality OERs for our teachers and lecturers. So back to the ladies from like Ghana, we focusing from K to university level. Yep. Okay. This is one of the seminars on the OER developments. Yep. Also, we conduct, from the regional levels, we invite our friends from CC headquarters, also another expert from the regions. Okay. CMOOC itself already create like, the platforms we call sumberbelajar.org. So we invite the teachers from Indonesia to submit, and we back to the ladies that concerning about the quality. So we just don't like accept everything, but must go through several steps, right? We have like the quality assurance to check the contents, the accuracy, and so on. Because at first there's somebody just able to upload and the contents become the big national dispute. So we take down the issues. Okay. I agree with you, ma'am, that the OER must be quality, accurate, and credible. Okay. Yeah. This is the platforms for our OERs, but mostly in Bahasa. However, we can have a friend from Philippines because they speak English very well. Malaysia, Brunei also. We invite them to put in our platform so that this material can be accessed freely. And also, they can reproduce, adding some things, and then also upload again in our platforms. This is the milestones that we have for developing our OERs, and this is the format that supported to be in our OERs. Okay. Another ones. Okay. Yep. And this is the grand designs for our next OERs. We actively collaborate because we know that against back to your funding. So I think the effective currency is about the networking and collaborations rather than spending our own funds. That's very limited. Okay. So this is the grand design for our CMOLEX Indonesia, Southeast Asia. Actually, this is mandate from our Ministry of Education and still ongoing. And we are lucky because the last ministers is like, if you may know, is Excellency Nadiem Makarim. He's the co-founder of Gojek, hailing applications. He's very IT savvy. And his legacy is quite very heavy for the new ministry to be carry on. Okay, yeah, but we are very happy. Okay. So this is like the way come to the ladies about how can we ensure the quality of content development OER. This is the the process, the procedures. Okay. When somebody uploads, we have our team to verify, the review, and then it's verified. We can publish using the CC and so on. If not verified, we just close and then send back to the authors. Okay, this is the standards for learning resources. Okay, so we provided the detail step by step to our teachers, our participants, how to join force with us to develop the quality OERs. All right. Okay. Okay. So we're working with our partners, CC, Indonesia, Creative Commons Indonesia chapters. Almost every year we conduct like 3 times for the workshop. And also we conduct not competition, but like invite the teacher to submit their OERs, and the best will give the incentive rewardings and so on. Okay. So for future directions, we shall embed our OERs within comprehensive digital education strategies, and also leveraging technology like AI for content creations. This is another big challenges because like dispute whether AI should be, personally I agree, we have to embrace it. We cannot just ignore it. Okay. And they argue that, using AI, there's plagiarism. I talk back, are you sure even without AI, there's plagiarisms? So nothing to do with the AI. Okay. And also, the last thing that I like so much, promoting international collaborations to share best practices and also enhance scalability. So with this, Simulec invites any collaborations, okay, for developing the quality OER for our educations. Thank you so much, Sanisa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Wahyudi. We will pass now to China with Ms. Chan Weifan.
Okay, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. 下午好. And thank you for your patience to be so patient to listen to us. I'm Fan Xianrui, Vice President of the Open University of China and Senior University of China. I'm very glad to take this opportunity to share the practice of OER in China. But firstly, I want to introduce our school in brief. Yeah, as you know, OUC is established in 1979. So in this June, we celebrated our 45th anniversary celebration. Now, our school, our university is not an university, but also a system. We have one quarter located in Beijing and 44 branches in provinces, and more than 2,700 study centers nationwide. So we are a system. Today, I want to share the practice of OER in China. In recent years, China attaches great importance to education, digitalization, and sharing of high-quality OER. President Xi Jinping has proposed to deeply implement the national education digitization strategy, expand the beneficiaries of high-quality educational resources, and enhance the level of public services for lifelong learning. In January 2024, Mr. Huai Jinpeng, Minister of Education, put forward the idea of expanding sharing of high-quality OER and promoting educational transformation and innovation. As a new-style higher education institution directly under China's Ministry of Education, OUC promotes Chinese practices and develops its unique solutions that anyone can learn anywhere at any time. So I would like to share our practices and solutions in the following 4 aspects. This speech is prepared by our team. Firstly, high-quality OER for lifelong learning for all has been developed. OUC has developed a digital repository of learning resources contributed by experts and talent nationwide. For example, we worked together with Chinese Academy of Engineering and Chinese Academy of Science to develop 778 high-quality learning resources of popular science in 60 series. Currently, the number of the view to these learning resources accounts for about 500 million. Yeah, last year, we invited 10 experts in Chinese calligraphy and drawing to develop 10 free online courses. The number of learners has exceeded 600,000. with more than 16 million views. This year, we have invited medical experts continuously to develop accessible, high-quality short courses with the aim of promoting well-being for all. Secondly, 3 learning platforms for different learners have been launched. Just like Ms. Li said, OUC has developed 3 learning platforms to form a network serving lifelong learning. Thereby, we can meet the learning demands of different groups in China. We will have introduce. The first platform is Smart Learning Platform of OUC for learners pursuing degree education, accommodates 18,000 online courses for almost 5 million registered learners nationwide. The second platform is Lifelong Learning Platform for all lifelong learners in Chinese society, collects 1.03 million learning resources. For now, over 64 million learners worldwide have access to this platform. The third platform is the National Public Server Platform for Older Adult Education, which offers 437,000 high-quality learning resources adapted for the elderly. The number of learning minutes is over 1.21 million, and nearly 120 million older adult learners have studied on the platform. This has provided a digital solution actively responding to the population aging. Well, I think so. And thirdly, education digital transformation and learning resources construction and application employed by AI have been continuously promoted. We implemented 1 college student per village schedule using AI technology. 788,000 learners have graduated with this facilitation of individual learner support services. This schedule was awarded UNESCO ICT Prize in 2020. We combine knowledge graphs, virtual instructors, and other cutting-edge technology with large learning to develop adaptable courses for each learner. We try to this. So the project have been selected as the first group of typical cases and best practice of AI plus education by Chinese Ministerial of Education. We also developed a smart learning peer called Baize. Who is Baize? Baize is an auspicious based in ancient Chinese mythology, and it is said to be knowledgeable about all things. Maybe it knows everything in the world. So it can provide a company generative, high efficiency, high quality, and interactive learning experience. At the end, more dimensional and high-level international cooperation for OER has been actively explored. We actively promote international cooperation and exchange for OER. In 2023, the World Open University President Forum was held in Beijing to establish a global community of open education development. OUC is a host of China ASEAN Digital Education License Secretary since 2023. Yeah. Over the past 1 year, we implemented a project calling for sharing digital courses. Yeah. 264 universities and colleges have participated in the project, and more than 300 high-quality courses have been selected and shared. Next, we will explore communication in more fields. Since 2002, the initiative of OER was proposed by UNESCO. Promoting lifelong learning and social equality with the sharing of high-equality educational resource has gained popularity. But I would think it's very difficult to take this, this task. Yeah. This morning, Minister Huai Jinpeng proposed four key points for promoting OER at this conference. Yeah, I want to repeat it. The first is emphasize to OER application. The second is a persistent efforts in the joint building and sharing of OER. And the third is the systematic integration of OER. And the fourth is the development to digital literacy and OER capacity building for teachers and learners. So OUC will put the overall requirement of education digitalization strategy into action, further expand learning resources supply, and enrich modes of learning resources, innovate their application, and improve their level of digitalization and intelligence. Together with every friend here today, we would like to start conversations and discuss cooperation on OER. We would like to work together with you all to promote a further development of OER. And welcome to China, welcome to OUC. Thank you very much. 谢谢大家，欢迎。Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Fan. We will open for a last round of questions. We have around 9 minutes, so I would say 3 to 4 questions, please. Please, before asking your question, state your name, your position, and to who the question is directed. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Jumana Shihada. I'm a principal in education, in the education field. And my question will be directed to anyone who of interest to this. Actually, since you're doing this congress in the Middle East, how difficult and how promising implementing and activating the policies of OER in the Middle East, and how culturally sensitive and diverse the content presents as a challenge, and how can we solve these issues? The other part of my question is relevant to the Global Knowledge Index. According to this index, there are pioneering countries where we can pilot successful OER experiences. So how do you feel about the Middle East as one of these catalysts in this revolution and in this initiative by UNESCO? And the last question, is there like a consensus around a committee composed of diverse ethnicities and developing countries who have some emerging technologies and some emerging interests in OER that we can benefit from? Thank you.
Maybe we'll have a first round of responses since the question was a bit long, and then we continue with the questions. Who would like to start?
Well, I cannot lay claim to my ability to answer all your questions. Very concrete, in your submission, but on the issue of champions of, the community of practice, I think every region, as OER evolved, is quite conscious of the need for a community of practice, to be set up. I think in the African region, we have a very virile, community of practice. We have a platform where we share the best experiences and glean the best practices, and UNESCO and the Commonwealth of Learning has kept a tap on this group dynamics, as it were, because it's too Herculean a movement to be left in the hands of one individual. And that's where we value the power of partnerships and collaboration. And I think one platform for driving this is that viral community of practice. Okay, I think I will stop there. You spoke about digital divide. Yeah, I think my simple reaction is that there is a tendency sometimes to use a broad brush to paint everybody the same. We are at different thresholds, at different trajectories as far as the digital divide is concerned. And I think as the policy is, is shaping up, we need to remember that not everybody has the same access, to broadband, to telephone services, to internet connectivity, to infrastructure, and even the skill set to push this OER agenda effectively. Thank you. I will stop there. I think my other colleagues are itching to answer the other difficult questions.
We will continue then. I will take 2 more concise questions with concise answers, please, because we have 5 minutes left, and then you can continue the discussion during the coffee break. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity and to put forward a question. And I think that maybe just like AI is a great trend for the whole world and to face in the future. And OER, it is also a necessity and for us to face together. But I have a problem to consult our experts here. That is, and we need a lot of money and in building those kinds of learning materials. And how can we find an efficient way and to get enough investment in this field and to make it continue and in the future for a long way? Okay, that's my problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another question before we pass to answers? Okay. Who wants to answer that one? Dr. Wahyudi, I see you. You have a bright smile. You want to answer this one.
This very too tough question, provoking question. Okay, I'm not in the capacity to answer that one, sir. But back to Madam, for the experiences, like actually anywhere in the part of the world, including Indonesia, we had the quite similar experiences. Yeah, the digital divided, and also, but against the heart of this one is about collaborations. Yeah. In case of Indonesia, the ministry already launched the platform Curriculum Merdeka, meaning like immersive learnings. So every teacher can share in the platforms. Can correct it if there is something wrong there. Also, in the heart of collaborations, teachers from all the levels they can access, can reuse and so on, so that the quality can be. Yeah. But again, the problem is about the digital divides, because Indonesia is very fast from A to Z. The big city, Jakarta, like Dubai, like Kuala Lumpur, no problem. But in the rural area, nothing can be done, and so on. Okay. So sorry, sir, for your question. The AI, we still have we need to refer to the experts. Madam, you may respond. Yeah.
It's a common difficult question. And I think the high quality educational resource will be open as more as possible. We will try our best to do that because we are the public university, and Minister of Education of China will do this again and again.
Someone else wants to try it? Nope. Okay, so we're going to close the session now since we have only a bit less than 2 minutes left. I will give you the word of the end though. So I will ask you one question since we were discussing policies. According to each one of you, what is one priority, one tip that you would like to give the public to draft effective policies to include OER in our institutions and government? One keyword, exactly. The word of the end.
I think in terms of policies, when we go to implement the policy, we need to focus on the people themselves. So inside out strategy should be there. So their mindset change is very much essential if you like to make it sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have one people-centered approach.
Thank you very much. I think one key factor is the clarity of your policy. You know, the definition from conception to implementation, the clarity is so important. The honesty of intention and the sincerity of purpose, you know, by policymakers at the highest level. Because it's not easy to begin a policy and to implement. So you need the political will at the highest level if you have to, drive policy to its logical conclusion.
Thank you. So clear political will. Over to you.
For us, I think the practicality, because the policy without practicality is nothing. So how can the policy can be easily articulated to the stakeholder?
Excellent. Practicality.
Yeah, I want to give the chance to my colleagues because we are the team. So, Ms. Lee, what's your answer?
Thank you so much. I think I suggest the word is capacity building. I heard a lot about capacity building, no matter about people, about institution, everything. I think we need to build very high quality capacity building to promote OER in the future. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like a round of applause for our speakers to thank them for their presence and their travel here. And thank you, applause yourself for your presence here as well and for your interesting questions. Thank you all. You have now a coffee break and then we will resume the sessions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's so nice. Very, very welcome to China and welcome to you.
Very impressive. Very nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Not many people, but the questions were very on point, very engaging.
There's another one today.
Thank you.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. We've decided to, despite the fact that the previous sessions finished a bit late, we've decided to get going anyway with Breakout E because we are obviously conscious of the fact that we're running behind time and we want to finish on time at 6 p.m. So this afternoon's final breakout session is focusing on developing sustainable institutional ecosystems that support OER. Obviously, for today's session, to an extent, we're focusing on the sustainability of government initiatives, given the focus of the UNESCO OER recommendation. And we have a couple of speakers who are targeting the challenges of government sustainability of OER initiatives. But we also have diverse additional perspectives from a librarian, from the African Librarians Association, as well as from the University of the West Indies, from a higher education context. So I think we have a diverse range of interesting perspectives on the challenge of sustainability. And because you've not come to speak to hear me talk, but rather to hear the speakers talk, I'm going to get straight into their sessions. And so the first presenter is my colleague from ARED in Senegal, in West Africa, Mr. Sheikh Diop. I'll leave you to introduce yourself properly, Sheikh, although we know ARED very well. I'm from South Africa, and we're working with ARED in Senegal, so it's my privilege to be able to introduce you, Sheikh. Over to you.
Thank you very much. The mic is working? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Neil. My name is Sheikh Diop, and I'm from Senegal, as he mentioned. Senegal, West Africa. I'm representing an organization, an NGO called ARED, and ARED is specialized in 3 domains: education, training, and publishing. And I'm head of the publishing unit in ARED. So in this presentation, I'm going to focus mainly from a perspective of publishing, but publishing in national languages, because we know that national languages add another layer of challenges when it comes to OER development. So a brief overview of this presentation. So the first point is why OER in Senegal, the relevance. And the second, we are going to talk a little bit about the context of OER in Senegal. Can you move a little bit? Yeah, thank you very much. And share some experience of ARED regarding OER development. There are 2 experiences, the World Read Initiative, the LPT, and Rally Materials development. And we are going to talk a little bit about the challenges in developing OER in national languages. There are many. And finally, give some key strategies for sustainability of OER development. So why OER in Senegal? From this morning till now, we have discussed a lot about the benefits of OER. One of the benefits of OER is equitable access to education and knowledge. We know that in countries like Senegal, developing countries, the population, all of them do not have easy access to good resources, good materials. So OER can be, it can help people from underprivileged people to have good access to materials, to have the chance to learn, like the elite in some parts of the population who have money, who have good access to materials. So cost reductions also for learners and institutions is among the benefits, and the facility to localize or adapt available materials, let's say from someplace else, you can access easily that material and contextualize it in your situation. Now, a little bit about the context of OER in Senegal. In Senegal, we have a low presence of OER and digital public goods. This is one aspect, and the other is that a lack of policy framework supporting OER, because OER is kind of something new in our situation. Another element of context is that linguistic and cultural, let's say, diversity. We have many languages, over more than 20 languages. And right now, only 6 of them are being used at school. So this poses a problem. And low literate environment in a context of bilingual education. Right now in my country, the government has initiated a program to introduce gradually the use of local languages at school. And when you say you want to use a local language, it means that you need some material for children, to you cannot just teach them in the language. They must have some books in the language, etc., etc. So this poses also another challenge. Now, let me share a little bit about some OER materials developed by OER, which can be, understood as something related to OER. The first initiative was called the World Reader Initiative. And with this initiative, what we wanted to do is try to, in partnership with World Reader, which is the platform where we can put, where people can access and read freely books. It can be stories, books for children. So, in partnership with the World Reader, we tried to digitize 30 books from ARED and made them available, in this platform. But with this experience, there were some challenges. Among the challenges was the specificities of Senegalese language. In ARED, we develop books in Wolof, Pulaar, Seres, those languages, but their writing system is quite different from the writing system of French or, let's say, English. So when you want them to be available in a platform, which were not prepared for this kind of, these types of languages, so you can face some problems, and among those problems we faced was the font compatibility. And we've tried to find solution, to solve this issue. And the other challenge was, let's say, usually in ARED, we used to work with authors, and open licensing is not something authors was prepared for. And we as an organization were not also prepared to deal with making books freely available. So we need to secure permission with copyright holders. And let me share a little bit about another experience, which is the Lecture pour tous experience, LPT. So with this experience also, we developed 86 openly licensed titles, including TLM, teacher learning materials, and leveled the readers for grade 1 to grade 3. And the challenges we faced was, some of them were linguistic challenges. As I said a while ago, when you want to develop material in local languages, there is another layer of difficulty you must face because the languages are not the same. Some languages have, good resource or studies, dictionaries, everything related to that language. But with local languages, sometimes this is missing. So when you want to develop materials with local languages, this is another challenge you are faced with. And sometimes you have little time to develop materials. We developed the 86 books just in 6 months. So we needed to organize ourselves in a certain way to be able to develop all these materials. So we contracted with specialists, authors, designers, etc. for 6 months. So I need to go. Maybe share also another program, which is Relic, which is kind of the continuation of LPT. And with Relic also, we developed 52 openly licensed titles. Yeah. So this infographics, presents a little bit the Relic program with the books developed in the 6 languages. Now, challenges. Here I want to share some challenges regarding developing OER in national languages. And among these challenges, we can say that there is a limited availability of resources in national language. And the linguistic diversity also is one of the challenges. And also the technology barriers. OER infrastructure is missing, mainly is missing in Senegal. And digital divide also, we talked about it this morning. And among the challenges also, we can mention the shortage of skilled specialists if you want to develop material, you need good specialists, and sometimes in some languages you necessarily do not have that. And the second one here is the limited awareness of OER principles. OER is something new in Senegal, so many of the people are not aware of the principles of OER. And also the relevance and contextualization. With OER, you have the possibility to contextualize, to localize the content which is available somewhere else. But you must know how relevant is the context, is the content that you want to contextualize, and the pedagogical adaptation also. For instance, one material can be aligned to this pedagogical approach, but this pedagogical approach is not, let's say, compatible with your pedagogical approach of your country. So you need to face this challenge. And the last one here is the adoption resistance. Some people also may be reluctant to adopt this material which is available somewhere else. So this is also one of the challenges. And I'll quickly, share some of a number of strategies for building sustainable OER ecosystems. And the first one, policy framework. We said it a while ago. It is important for the government to establish a good policy framework for OER and involve also everyone engaged in this domain. So you must engage everyone and make sure that you communicate with the population, so public awareness, and invest in the infrastructure. OER infrastructure is important, and train people, capacity building, for them to know the principles of OER is, I think, very important. And the monitoring and evaluation aspect. You need to monitor everything, to know whether this strategy works or not. So for you to be able to do this, you need to monitor and evaluate. And lastly, leveraging Gen AI. I did not mention it a while ago, but when we developed the materials within the Rolly program, we used AI a lot, and it helped us a lot. As a head of publishing, sometimes you need to develop or to call illustrators for them to design illustrations for you, and we used AI lately and it helped us a lot, to generate images for our books. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sheikh. I suggest, because it's a small audience left at the 5 p.m. session, so we're going to go through the 4 presentations from the presenters and then provide an opportunity for audience members to ask some questions to the panel as a whole or to individuals as you go along. So I'm going to move over to Nkem Osigwe, who is... she's Nigerian, as those of you who in the previous session heard, but also spends a lot of her time in Ghana, where she works with the African Librarians Association, and I'm proud to say she's also a partner of ours. And she's going to talk about the critical role that librarians play in the OER sustainability ecosystem. Nkem, over to you.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much. Like he said, I am Nkem Osigwe. Sometimes I want to introduce myself, but most often, when you ask me who you are, first of all, I tell you I'm a grandmother. And then from there, you can now go on to say, okay, you're a librarian, you're that, but first, I'm a grandmother. So please, I'm a grandmother. So now, what I'm going to talk about is library-based OER sustainability model. I'm going to be fast about it. So first of all, I want you to allow me to start by pointing out the commonalities between, in the keywords used in describing libraries and OERs. Of course, I won't add open there as a core keyword here, as it has been argued by some that libraries cannot put on that toga of open within this context. Nevertheless, libraries are all about democratic and equitable access to knowledge, all in the user community of a library can go in and use their resources, physically or online. They enable access to all, and not just for the privileged people that maybe have funds or or within a class, but anybody who is there. And then OERs also perform the same function. Then another keyword that I want to point out is affordability. It's most often used for OERs. It's also a keyword that you find when people define libraries, because libraries have been a veritable force in assisting those that do not have funds, let's say in schools, to ensure that they have access to resources that they normally could not and cannot afford, either financially or because they can't even find the resources to access. Now, these two keywords build up inclusive access to knowledge. Then I want to share a little bit about what AFLIA has done. AFLIA is the African Library and Information Associations and Institutions, where I work in, with headquarters in Accra, Ghana. Now, AFLIA, with a partner that I don't want to name here, developed a course on early literacy development. And that course has a strong strand on open licensing. And through that course, we've run that course up to 4 times now. Through that course, we've been able to translate 421 books on Storyweaver platform. And these books have been read more than 9,500 times, and they are in 23 African languages. And right from 2019, AFLIA has been running webinars on OERs, OpenNet, and so on. Then in 2023, AFLIA published the UNESCO OER recommendation and open knowledge, an overview for African librarians. You know, it is meant to lead African librarians into a better understanding. What is this all about? Where do we fit in? My type of library, what can I do? And most importantly, we also in that publication, there's a chapter entirely on how do you open African traditional knowledge. You know, how do you collect it? How do you open it up in a culturally sensitive manner? Then also, AFLIA is working with another partner on a CPD framework for academic librarians. Interestingly, for that framework, what we are doing is to ensure that for every domain or every capability that librarians need to learn to be able to function effectively in 21st century, all of them, they must have at least one resource attached to them. And that resource must be an open one, so that they will understand that it is not just learning more, but understanding how OER can help them do that. Then while I was here today, I got a mail from Creative Commons that AFLIA has been admitted into TAROC. TAROC is towards an open recommendation on cultural heritage. And you know, it kind of, it made my day. Like I told him that I came in this morning by 4 a.m. I'm a little bit tired, but that news, it just lifted my spirit, because what it means is that AFLIA now fully identifies with open culture, which we are working on as a part of another course that we are creating on inclusive OERs. Because somebody had mentioned here that examples in most OERs that come to Africa, they do not reflect us. They do not reflect Africans. So we want to see how do we get materials? How do we get knowledge? How do we get examples from within Africa that we can fix also inside of our OERs? So that really made me happy, please. Thank you. Then, so where are we going to? What are we up to? AFLIA is building a community of practice for OER in Africa that is library-based. What do I mean? It's not as if there can be other communities, but a community that will be anchored in the library. in the different libraries, so that libraries can be a clearinghouse for digital literacy and access to technology as a prerequisite for sustainable OER ecosystem, because that is very important to us. The group is, we are now 457 members and we are growing. Then we also advocate for this community of practice to be based in the library or anchored in the library, because we want to see how do we use librarians to demystify the entire OER landscape, so that people, faculty members, people in primary school, secondary school, teachers can understand what is it that is this OER, what is copyright and licensing literacy, what does it mean for us to understand that, what are the different licenses that we can use, and why do we need to use those particular ones. Then also, when we were doing the translations in the last cohort of the early literacy development course, we introduced something new. We said, let's start doing peer review amongst ourselves, so that if librarian A that speaks Zulu from South Africa translates a story, we will find another librarian that speaks the same language within that same community to check to know if her translation or his translation was okay. And it helped us in this last batch of our course for the translations that we did. So it's something that we want to grow, so that when as this community of practice continues to grow, librarians will understand that when somebody brings an OER, or when somebody creates an OER, that it has to go through some quality assurance processes, and they can all happen within the library. Then we're also working with other stakeholders for favorable policies that recognize OERs. I'll talk about that some more later. Then we're also looking at how do we build partnerships through the African Libraries Network for creating and updating OERs.
1 minute left.
Yeah. Nevertheless, one thing that, like I said, policies that recognize OERs, you find out that quite a number of people are interested. Lecturers, teachers, but they'll tell you that when they create OERs, it is not a part of their tenure and promotion process. So how do we put that into our policies? Then, like I asked my Nigerian boss here, and like he said, we found out that in Africa, there are so many countries, Nigeria, Ghana, Malawi, I think Namibia, Botswana, quite a number of them have language policies that children from basic 1 to 3 should be taught in their mother tongues. So that is like a challenge to us. What can librarians do in this wise? Like he said, how can we create OERs that will suit these children and that will help them to learn? And it's very important to us in Africa, because Africa is like the headquarters of the children of the out of school children syndrome all over the world. And when you come to Africa, Nigeria has the highest number. So that was why I asked my boss man here, why don't we do this kind of things so that kids will have enough materials to study? Because we've learned that one of the things while kids drop out of school is that they don't have enough books. So we believe that OER can help us in this wise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nkem. So I just want to flag very quickly before we move away from Africa into the Caribbean, that the key messages that I hope you hear coming through from these presentations are that really the challenges are still the fundamental and basic challenges of content creation, content translation, establishment of policies that support the implementation of OER and make sure that it can be sustained over time. So we can talk as much as we like about high-end technological solutions to challenges around OER, but at the end of the day, sustainability always comes back to the basics and whether or not we're doing them properly. And I think particularly in contexts like our two colleagues are working in, where there's diversity of languages that have been marginalized from the mainstream, this is especially important. And so I do think that one of the things we need to focus on is making sure that the money is actually being allocated to doing these kinds of things properly and not being gobbled up by technological solutions that are not actually serving the people who need this kind of support the most. So we're going to carry on with that story by turning across to Stephen Savory, who is from the Ministry of Education in Barbados, and he's going to talk a little bit about the national curriculum reform processes and digital content platform projects underway in that country at the moment. Over to you, Stephen.
Thank you, Neil, and good afternoon. For a Ministry of Education in a small island development state in the Caribbean, developing sustainable institutional ecosystems for OER and for digital public goods involves several key strategies and best practices. And I'd like to speak on 7 key strategies and best practices that we in Barbados have been rolling out as part of an education transformation initiative. Now, in Barbados, we are presently engaged in a total education transformation initiative that encompasses all aspects of education. Part of this effort is the establishment of a digital learning resources platform that encompasses the use of OER as part of the rollout of a slew of resources for use in our pre-primary, primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions. I'd like to say that we are relentless and thinking big in our pursuit of excellence in this regard. And my short presentation to you represents a distillation of our experience so far in this journey of establishing a sustainable, robust ecosystem for OER to thrive. So the first thing that we have been focused on in our drive in this particular process is how do we create the right policy and governance frameworks to be able to harness the whole idea of OER. And 2 of the things that stood out for us that we needed to be able to work on was, 1, the adoption of clear policies to guide our process. And therefore, we've established and continue to create institutional policies that support the creation, the use, and sharing of OER. Now, this includes aligning with international recommendations like the ones outlined in the UNESCO 2019 recommendations on OER. In addition, we are focused on providing the right governance structures for how we will roll out this particular initiative. And therefore, we've sought to implement a number of governance structures that includes diverse stakeholders, such as educators, policymakers, technologists, and such like, to oversee our OER initiatives. The second thing that we've been looking at with regard to how we will roll out and support the ecosystem that will allow OER to thrive is that we've been looking at how we can be able to engage in capacity building. And part of that process is about training and professional development. And we are going to be providing ongoing training for educators and administrators on how to create, how to use, how to integrate OER in their teaching practices. And we're also going to be focusing on technical support by ensuring that there is adequate technical support for the development and maintenance of our OER platform, or DLR platform, by creating a new unit that will manage the entire process. And we believe that's important for us as we go forward. The third thing we are looking at in terms of building that ecosystem is focusing our attention on standards and guidelines. And we are developing and implementing quality assurance standards and guidelines, much like what was being mentioned just now, with regard to how we have those assurance and guidelines to ensure that the resources are reliable, relevant, relatable, and accessible. Those are the 4 areas that we are focused on. And we are also focusing on peer review practices, because we want to establish and encourage subject-based peer review processes to maintain high standards of education content. That for us is very important. And the 4th policy initiative, the 4th standard that we've been looking at really is how do we sustain what we are seeking to implement in our effort to be able to transform education. And the sustainability model that we've been focusing on is all about our approach to sustainability, including the securing of sustainable funding sources. And for that, we have established a civic partnership with the public. Where parents of children entering and continuing in public education contribute to the government provision of textbooks, laptops, tablets, and all other educational materials and devices for their education. And the state, in turn, provides all resources required at all stages of a child's educational journey. And the next point we were looking at basically is that we intend to use open licensing to allow for the free use, adaptation, and distribution of educational resources across our school system. We believe that's important. The fifth element that we are focusing on with regard to what we are looking to do is that we intend to foster local, regional, and global communities of practice to share resources, experiences, and best practices. And for that, we are also going to be looking at building partnerships with other institutions, other governments, and other organizations to support the development and dissemination of OER in our country. Number 6 on our list in terms of our building out our ecosystem for the thriving of OER is that we intend to develop a robust digital platform that is user-friendly and accessible to all learners. We are presently undergoing a pilot to introduce a new integrated technology backbone to all public schools in Barbados. It's a fast, wide area network that is connected to the internet at high speed. Its uniqueness is that it is a state-owned, education-only digital platform, and on full implementation will enable all schools to collaborate with each other, access content, develop resources, coordinate schools, things like school competitions, enable teacher collaboration, foster joint classroom instruction, enable multimedia interactions like podcasting and streaming, and other similar pursuits. Some of its unique features will include the ability to manage security, notably monitoring logon privileges, user activity monitoring, and device monitoring. And we believe that in doing so, we can be able to foster the type of collaboration that we want in our education system. And one of the things that we are doing is focusing on interoperability. So we are ensuring that our OER platform can interoperate with other educational technologies and systems that we have at the ministry. The last thing that we are focusing on with regard to building out this ecosystem is all about the monitoring and evaluation of our efforts. We want to be able to ensure that as we implement monitoring and evaluation frameworks to assess the impact of OER initiatives, we want to be able to make sure that we have data-driven improvements to our system as we go along. So we want to focus our attention on how we will be able to ensure that feedback mechanisms are in place to improve the quality and the relevance of OER that we are using. By integrating these particular strategies, it is our belief that our institutions can have a sustainable ecosystem that will not only support the development and dissemination of OER, but also contribute to the broader goals of equitable and inclusive education. I think that's important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And what's exciting when I was listening to Stephen talking is, first of all, of course, this is a government-led initiative, which in the context in which many of us work is quite unusual. But it was almost without any planning. You could see that Stephen was responding very specifically to several of the challenges that Sheikh has actually been outlining regarding publishing and OER or open licenses in Senegal. And so it's really nice to see that the challenges that we're experiencing are converting into sustainable solutions. So then we move, last but not least, to our colleague Leroy Hill, who's from the University of the West Indies. And he is going to be talking about a higher education perspective on sustainability of OER implementation with the University of the West Indies as an example. And just while if we could get his presentation up, please.
And good afternoon, everyone. Neil, how much time do I have?
You got your 7 minutes.
7 minutes. I got my 7 minutes.
I think you've jumped forward there, so you need to.
Yeah. All right. Anyone here is in the academic setting, university setting? Anybody? Let's wave your hand. Yeah, I'm a little bit constrained by sitting in this chair. I don't usually sit and talk. So it's a wonderful feeling because perhaps I could nuance it as a metaphor for telling a story. So let me tell you a story. Think about this. I am the director of the Center for Excellence in Teaching and Learning, and I was in a dilemma because the data showed me something different to what my peers were actually doing. So, we often speak of drawing on teacher-centered or student-centered strategies. For most of my colleagues, they promote and boast that they are student-centered. How many of you, what it means to be student-centered? And so the sort of conundrum, kind of contradiction, is that most of them, and the data show that I actually did some preliminary research to confirm that many of them promote, they really care about their students. They really love their students, so much so that they say that we are student-centered. But when we did the research observation, we actually did some audits of the courses. And guess what? Their thinking did not align with their practice. So they certainly did not draw on a student-centered philosophy, practice, because many of their teaching strategies were teacher-centered. Follow me with this story, all right? And so this story led me to really take a review, a careful review, a careful overlay. And we've heard it before. Two of the main areas would be policy and capacity building. We heard it before. And so it really forced me to think and explore additional research and thinking, building a sustainable OER in the higher education context, especially since this particular context where I resided they didn't have that strong value of that open thinking, that culture of openness. How do I go about ensuring that there is a policy framework? How do I go about ensuring that there is that sort of strong capacity building? And by capacity building, I mean more than just faculty development. And so it really led me to think about, hey, I would need to think about collaborative networks, building collaborative networks. And that collaborative network actually led me to different organizations that support open education and push the infrastructure from that standpoint. The whole idea of the need for institutional support, the infrastructure, the idea of trying to create a culture of openness through the licensing, so that capacity building around, what does that look like? And so that certainly is something that I had to really think about, how do I go about supporting that as a leader of learning within the institution. And obviously, we hear this comment a lot even from the previous speakers, the whole idea of quality assurance. It cannot be mistaken, because one of the things I surveyed in the mindset, why would you not want to support, or we are, some of the faculty felt like, hey, anybody can just put up anything and it's accepted. So their thinking was that it's not going through a quality assurance process. So I had to really think about quality assurance standards. Again, the idea here is that if we are to build sustainable OER systems in the HE setting, would require understanding the vast amount of energy. And obviously we have centralized versions, we have distributed models and hybrid models. And so I was quite fascinated, because I realized I had an alliance with the libraries. The libraries were doing it way before actually I thought about this idea of open education, trying to encourage that. And so the libraries were doing it through their way of curating content and encouraging. And so one of the things I immediately had to do was to really try and put a case together. Put a case together to ensure that there was a sort of clear alignment to what it means to encourage that. So I had to think centers of excellence in teaching and learning traditionally may not necessarily be thinking of openness. And so it really challenged us to think, we must rethink our definition of teaching excellence to deepen our commitment to issues such as access and equity, because there can be no true teaching excellence. We can't divorce that from a teaching matrix of excellence if we ignore them. And that's the basic premise I use to really support the thinking to launch. Why am I focused on this from a teaching excellence standpoint? Because obviously, when I really surveyed the different teaching excellence throughout the Caribbean and throughout the world, throughout the different parts of the world, they don't have that in their matrix. That's not part of something that they have in the matrix. And so the idea of including that meant that we really ought to challenge ourselves to be more student-centered, because obviously, if you're focusing on student-centered, student success initiatives, then this is something that we want to talk about. So I want to just give hope to anybody who's there, because this actually started in 2023, 2022, but later the project actually executed in 2023. So it's relatively new, and I'm really happy to report that the project led through our collaboration with the Commonwealth of Learning, and it began in October 2023 and ended in April 2024. And the aim here was, again, capacity building using OER and learning at the UE St. Augustine campus. And we recognize also some of the key activities and milestones that happened. We wanted to create a sense of awareness, so we had a sensitization session, we had a panel session, and we had persons from different parts. I think we had persons from South Africa, we had persons taking part in that on virtual panel, just to create awareness. And following that, we had some capacity building sessions in terms of actually getting into the meat of what does OER look like. All right, what does it look like? And obviously, it led to the creation of 10 OER courses and they were peer-reviewed. You know, we introduced a peer review system, and we're really grateful for the sort of work that took place in that setting. I know I don't have a lot of time, but these were some of the courses, because the persons who attended had varied interest. So these were the 10 courses that we developed, and because we wanted them to do something that they were aligned to, and so we certainly saw them doing that. And out of this, we were really, really excited and they were behind me. When are we going to publish? When are we going to publish? Of course, we had to go through that peer review process, which is a very time-consuming process. And again, we wanted to also align the whole idea of the part 2, because the part 2 actually dealt with the policy. I said about capacity building and policy. In January of 2024, we also focused on the policy. We had Professor Rory McGreal from Athabasca University really help us to advance the policy. And so we have a draft policy in motion. It's not fully, because we have to go through the whole consultation process in a university that has different systems of approval and so forth. But we recognize that we aligned ourselves to UNESCO's OER area focus 1, 2, and 4. And, the future is bright for us, because we're thinking that we really want to begin to showcase some of that. And we have actually, we have a platform that we're calling Settle Links Learn. The X there is innovation. And so all the learning OER resources are actually promoted on Settle Links Learn. And we certainly have the opportunity there to talk about some of those plans. Again, we are excited by what we experienced through that whole process. And I know that it might be a daunting for anyone in the higher education setting who, OER, open education thinking, but there is a start. This start actually motivated us to really see how individuals can be infected with the passion for open thinking, open education. And we know that there are opportunities that will provide for them to deepen their commitment to open education practices, because you could have the thinking and the practice can be different, as we see in terms of the teacher-centered and student-centered. And so we think by doing this, we were able to see how the university can contribute and faculty in the university can contribute towards the greater agenda for open education. And I can talk more, but I know that I have to stop. Neil, I'm really excited about this, but I'll have to stop.
Thank you very much, Leroy. As a matter of theoretical principle, it is 6 p.m., but seeing as we were forced to start very late, we are going to open up for any questions from the audience at this point. Please feel free to address either questions directly to individuals from the panel or to the panel as a whole. So we have a first question over there.
Hello. I have a question for both Nikem and also for Leroy. I'm a librarian by training, but I'm also the director of the program for academic development at my university. And thinking about professionalization of openness, where do you think it could fit, or how do we think both academic development programs, but also library training programs, like schools of library science, would should address openness in the curriculum? Because we struggle with both. I've learned openness through my work experience, both as a librarian and as an academic. So where do you think, or how it would be better to embed openness in the foundational principles of a curriculum, both for educators and librarians? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me start. In 2022, I stumbled upon Wikimedia training. And in 2020, it was in 2020. Then by 2022, I was given the Wikimedian of the Year because, because I stumbled upon it and I led more than 800 people to learn about it. Why am I starting from there? Because it is all about openness. First of all, get the people interested. Let them see what it can achieve. Then you can begin to talk about the curriculum. And this year I received the happy news that in Nigeria, they have put Wikimedia skills as part of the curriculum for librarians in training. Because that's where that openness is important. That's for people that are still in school. Then also through our partnership, actually, I didn't want to name him, but you see him, oh, no. He has helped Aflia so much. So through partnerships with him and his associates, we've been able to have a course on openness. And that course on openness, when we first ran it, I think it was around 150 people that applied to be a part of it. And we could only take around 50. The second time around, 896 people applied, librarians, just to learn what is openness. So, start from where you are. It's not something that you do in one fell swoop. You start to introduce it to people. You start to make noise about it, show off with it. Then, along the line, the people you're teaching will want to push it forward. So that's what that's my experience. Thank you.
Yeah, and my experience has been similar, because the faculty who created the content They were excited, but they were challenged by, am I going to use this as part of my tenure? Am I going to use this as part of my publication? And I think what we were able to do was to use their love or likeness for having their research in the open rather than enclosed. Let's face it, many faculty don't like, well, the idea of having your articles in nice peer-reviewed journals, that's great, but having it locked behind systems to access is a big challenge for many of them, and they subscribe very, very much to the idea, hey, I want to share it, so they'll put it on different, and so that's one of the things that we use. We use, okay, they're thinking and wanting to have their research. So there's a sense of openness in their mind, but coming from a culture that may not be open is something that challenged them. And so we used the idea of open access. Librarians, the idea of open access journals, to begin open that door, discussion about it. And they were quite reflective, they were quite honest about, hey, yes, likewise, I would really want to see how can I contribute content out there to really deepen, especially since the university had in its mission, its mission to contribute to. And that contribution is stifled by the closed thinking. And so when we align that to the mission, we align that to what they already do and want, that began to really show fruit. And very innovatively, we explored that and say, okay, and out of 32, 10 persons, we had more, but we actually had to, because of the peer review process, they could not be listed. And so there is that ongoing discussion. But certainly, use what you know that they like. I think the open access journal, the stories that case studies that you can draw on, and I think inherently we all want our students to have access to really good, high quality experience, teaching and learning experience. I hope that helped. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, all of you. Ebba Kjell-Nilsson is my name. I'm coming from Sweden. I'm also from the ICDE, the International Council for Open and Distance Education, where I'm chairing the OER Advocacy Committee. I have actually a reflection for all of you, but mainly for you from Ghana and from the West Indian University. You talked very nicely to my ears about the ecosystem and the framework of implementing this, the ecosystem for success and for sustainability. And we all know about those frameworks and guidelines, and that is also actually what the OER recommendation is about, all the 5 areas, to put them together. But what I could hear from you is that you have managed to develop this culture for all people and all stakeholders involved. It's nice, one thing to have it as in a strategy, in the policy, but another one to have incentives for all people and all stakeholders involved within the institution. So can you tell me a bit more, how have you managed to build this culture of awareness, of capacity building, of this ecosystem building for sustainability? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. We'll just take the next question as well. It sounds from the music that we're slowly getting drowned out. Yes. So let's take one more question, and then I think we'll have to wrap up with some inputs from the panel.
Yes, it's a very good insight here to talk, and I would like to know that how AI is going to play in open education resources, or at what level it can be used as a tool, or you guys are considering that in what manner, which is best.
Thank you. So I'm just going to invite each panelist to say a few quick words about either or both of those two topics. Sheikh, I think you'll take the AI one, because I know that was on your slides, and then we'll move down.
Of course. So thank you very much for the question. Speaking from the perspective of a publisher, we use AI a lot lately. First, we used to use AI when developing content for instance, let's say we need to develop a textbook, and sometimes we need a particular text. You can ask ChatGPT to guide you through it, and after you can fine tune to have the text that you want. You can contextualize it a little bit. But we use it most when we are, when we need images, illustrations for our books. In the beginning, when we needed, let's say, illustrations for books, we used to call illustrators. We describe to them what we want, etc., etc. But right now, for many types of images, you can directly ask, image generators. ChatGPT can do it, and there are others. You can ask them you give them the prompt, and it can generate you an image, and you can, fine-tune the prompt to have the image you want. Sometimes the result might not be good, and you can take that image and use softwares like Photoshop or others, to change a little bit what you want. We have a design team, so that image fits more for what you really want. So basically, we use AI as a tool, in publishing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me start from how to build the culture of openness, like amongst librarians, again from my experience. You see, when you see a profession that is used to routines, like librarians, we are into routines. This is the way you do it, and that way and that way. It's difficult to introduce new things that will be easily accepted. So what we did was, okay, this is what you do. Have you seen it here too? It's the same thing here too. And what did we do with this pattern? When you go to every article on Wikipedia that's about a country or a person, you see a box down there that they call authority control. That authority control links you to VIAF, the Visual International Authority Files. And we found out that every single article from Africa about Africa did not link anybody to African libraries. Not one. Not zilch. So we made noise about it, and now it's a project that we are doing now to link what's in our libraries through semantic web authority control using Wikibase to link it to all those articles. And librarians are like, hey, we didn't know about this, and it's bringing them in to understand that openness has, these levels that you can continue to delve into. But the important thing is to make your resources visible, more accessible, and then understand the concept of what openness is. Then about AI, I discussed it with Andrew there today, and I told him, we have so many languages in Nigeria, and what if we think along, how do we help children to have books, classroom text, supplementary materials? What can we do with AI? And we talked about it today. There's no conclusion yet, but it's like, it is a possibility. How it works, how it's going to work, we do not know. But I believe in questions. Ask the questions first, and the answers will come. Thank you.
I want to tackle the question that you've asked from a government perspective, focusing on stakeholder participation. And you are right, we can put together all of the fancy stuff at the policy level and all of the governance structures and so on, but how does that involve the stakeholder? How does that help the stakeholder to be part of the process? And so what we would have done when we started this process was that we determined that we could not go forward unless stakeholders were part of the process. So in other words, we did not want them to hear about it. We wanted them to participate in it. So all of the various stakeholders for in our country that had any interest in what we were seeking to do were invited to the table from day one. Just to give you a classic example, for unions, for example, teachers' unions, for example, were part of the process of creating the frameworks that we wanted to be able to move with, and then we were able to have general agreement on the way forward. Now, the second thing is that I should put this in a context because Barbados has free education from pre-primary to university. So there's a vested interest from every single participant as to the progression of their child through the various stages of education. But what we've also done is that we've gone a step further and said, okay, yes, it's free, but there's certain junctures that you want to be able to ensure that you are a part of to be able to make this work. And so what we've done, for example, in the whole context of OER and how we fund that, how that model works, is that parents of children who are active in the system pay a fee for all of their children to access all of the texts that we put through, that we provide for them in the system. That's part of the buy-in. And what we are doing now in terms of the OER and going forward in the new transformation is that the government is saying to all of our stakeholders, we will provide all of the accessories for your child from a digital perspective. And we've launched a digital learning resources platform that takes all of the texts. And I think, Neil, we would have discussed about the hybrid approach that we have used in this context. We have to have a transition from textbooks to digital resources. And so what we've done is we've taken the contributions of the various parents and we've moved that to assist us in providing all of the digital resources that we need, including ebooks, to be able to be part of the solution. So that, accompanied with other things that we are doing, connect the teacher to the student to the parent. And what we are seeking to do now is to ensure that not only are students and teachers and administrators part of the process, but parents are part of the process. So that, for example, when you take homework away, when you get to your home, your parent knows how to use the device as well. And not only that, but you can be able to ensure, for example, suppose you lose the device. We have a way of tracking where that device is because the systems that we have put in place connect with every single device. So for example, all of our Form 1s in our system are issued with devices. What will happen is that when we connect everything together, they will have the device, but we know where the device is. We will know when they've studied, how much they've studied. We will know exactly what areas are giving them difficulty. All of that feedback process is part of how we will be able to ensure that we can connect and keep connected not only with the student and the teacher, but also how we feed back to the parents when it comes to review time.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah,
And
I'll be very short, Neil, but I know I'm seeing the clock, right? The ticker right there is over. I would simply say the way in which I developed that culture, and there is a culture, was to begin with those who had that mindset and to use them as incubators, for want of a metaphor, use them as ambassadors, use them as mouthpieces and evidence of how it has worked. I use the librarian, the chief librarian, because he's part of the senior management team. So that was a buy-in. So the whole idea of consensus building, finding ways to do that with different stakeholders, your deans, and it's something that is appealing to them because it aligns well with what we do as educators and what we want to do inherently as educators. With regards to the AI, the intersectionality between AI and OER was presented during the workshop, and we actually used it. We actually used it when we were drafting and showed them, okay, fine, let's see how we can redraft it using AI. And so the whole idea led them to think that, hey, we can actually use an integrative approach, not necessarily not saying that we can't do AI literacy, but the whole idea of the integrative approach, because when we did the polling, many of them were using it. And so ignoring, not teaching them to use the social responsible way would be a social injustice to the profession and not mentioning it. And so, and what we have done as a center was to use that data to begin to change our workshops and involve them and use AI as a sort of integrative approach rather than a separate thing altogether. I hope that's helpful.
Perfect. thank you so much. If we can have a round of applause for the panelists, I think they're well deserved. And thank you all for staying on the extra few minutes to engage with them for the full hour of the presentation. And in closing, what I'd just like to add, maybe looking at a diverse range of people from different countries, is just to illustrate that there are solutions. We know what those solutions are, and we really should be learning from each other from all over the world to try and understand how we can make OER more sustainable in the long run. So I hope that we'll find ways to share these stories more regularly amongst the global OER community. So thank you very much for your attention, everyone.